Wow, wow, wow. If that does not get you amped for this conference, then maybe the students who will be presenting throughout the conference will. The future of AI is here. What is on the other side of fear? Well, we'll find out, right? So, good morning, everybody. And so good to be here and so good to see you. So officially, we are opening and are welcoming you all to the 26th SATNAC conference 2024, hosted, of course, by Telkom. This year's theme, as you've heard in that video, is the AI-driven, hyper-connected future, co-created, shared value. And also, as you've heard in that video, the future is here. South Africa can and will be the lead towards the AI-driven, hyper-connected future. Indeed, it can. Again, I would like to greet you all, and please allow me to welcome and give a special welcome to the Honorable Minister of Communication and Digital Technologies in South Africa, Mr. Soli Malatsi, the Chairperson of the Telkom Board, Mr. Jeffrey Qhina, Telkom Group CEO, Mr. Serame Taukobong, Telkom Group Executives, including Selo Maku, the Group Chief Digital Officer of Telkom South Africa, the CEOs of the various organizations presented here from the private sector, of course, also leaders from various stakeholders and government departments, the academic fraternity and its leaders, distinguished speakers and presenters here this afternoon, as well as tomorrow, SATNAC sponsors and partners, students presenting at the conference, SATNAC chairperson and the LOC, honored delegates and distinguished guests, as well as the media. A very warm welcome to you. My name is Unati Pakyashe, and I will be your 2024 SATNAC Program Director. It is my pleasure to be here. We are going to start this conference with a bang. I would like to introduce to you and welcome someone who is literally poetry in motion. An award-winning, internationally acclaimed poet, writer, presenter, speaker, actress, and many more. She is a force, but let her introduce her own self. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome right here for the 2024 SATNAC conference, Ms. Lebogang Mashile.
Ngwana wa lepulana pula ha tshabe ke matšhabatladi serutha ka mosela ntheng ya thaba magale a serorobele re matšhilwane a šibe a šila naka la mošidi ka mošo a šila tlhogo tsa batho rena ba maswi ka magamaga e ke go maya tšhilwane. In Kruger National Park, where our sacred totems roam free, 300 brilliant minds gathered to conjure possibilities of a world that doesn't exist but that is coming into being. The DNA of this vision is crystallizing in you and me. Imagine a workforce filled with jobs that haven't even been invented yet. Imagine burying poverty in the graveyard of memory. Imagine expansive mindsets. Imagine every discipline and profession merging with the force of creativity. Imagine the planet in the palm of your hands, a borderless world moving at rocket speed. Imagine education so elemental, knowledge becomes a virtual sea within us and around us, switched on by visibility. Imagine measuring intelligence by the quality of your questions. If curiosity is the goal, then AI offers infinite lessons. Imagine accurate medical diagnostics through artificial intelligence. Imagine tailor-made solutions for your unique biological requirements. Imagine rewriting the code for painful genetic inheritances. Imagine erasing chronic illnesses and toxic predispositions. Is there political will to hand this power to the African masses? Imagine every child in every township, village, and hood getting access to coding classes. Will continuous education through AI uplift us, or will it persist with racial profiling embedded in these algorithms? Does someone in this room know how to make Siri pronounce our names? Will this technology break down inequality, or are we accelerating towards more of the same? Do you believe in high-velocity trains from Great Zimbabwe to Giza? Do you believe in small businesses that straddle the Indian and Atlantic Oceans? Do you believe in Addis Ababa, Kinshasa, and Joburg as global hubs connecting the world? Do you believe that South Africa can leapfrog through UN development goals, like rural communities once jumped from no connectivity to cell phones? Imagine centuries of trauma given purpose as we propel towards a future where everyone is a co-creator, drawing in digital code on the canvas of life. In 2035, I wake up in a world that moves at the speed of dreams. My home operating system speaks to the curtains so that my eyes blink open to the song of a new rising day. The sounds and smell of freshly percolating coffee pouring automatically as I slip my feet into my slippers. The shower calibrates the perfect temperature based on my biometrics, and the steam feeds succulent plants hanging in the bathroom that also serve as medicine. The runoff from the drain waters the organic herbs and vegetables growing on the walls of my zero-carbon footprint, solar-powered home. Every aspect of my life is optimizing sustainability because in this tomorrow, technology speaks my language.
Wow. I told you she is a force. Another round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you all.
Imagine. As I was flying in here yesterday, and I think I mentioned it again at dinner last night, this is a perfect blank canvas for everyone in this room to reimagine. Reimagine the possibilities that we could do and how we could stretch. There's so many things that Lebo mentioned there in her poem, and I'll go through some of the nuggets that I got throughout the course of the day, just to, again, just give it that sense of a gravitas in terms of what she has told us. Now, importantly, Lebo is not just a performer, a poet, a writer, although she is all that and more and encompassing. She has also, her writing has been referenced in academic journals, and I know that this speaks to a lot of you here today. It has appeared in literary journals and has been included in high school curriculum and tertiary institutions across South Africa. So she knows what she is talking about when she speaks about imagining the future. Fantastic. All right, let's move right along. I want to now draw your attention to a message from SATNAC Conference Chair, Dr. Mikey Jantjies, Group Executive Innovation and Transformation at Telkom. Just a little bit about Dr. Jantjies. Dr. Jantjies is the Group Executive of the Innovation and Transformation Office at the South African telecommunications provider, which is Telkom. She joined Telkom in 2021 to establish the new Innovation Office, focusing on leading digital innovation as well as research and development initiatives of the Telkom Group. Mike is also an adjunct associate professor at a South African university. Let's listen to her words.
The Honorable Minister, the Chairman of the Telkom Group Board, the Telkom Group CEO and Senior Executive Leadership present here today, our valued partners and sponsors who have walked the journey with us to enable us to deliver the SATNAC conference for the last 27 years, captains of industry, university representatives, distinguished guests streaming from across the continent and beyond, welcome to SATNAC 2024. This year's theme recognizes that the world around us is undergoing a transformation so rapid and profound that it challenges us as the telecommunications and ICT sector on our very understanding of what is possible. The theme, the AI-driven hyperconnected future, co-creating shared value, encapsulates the essence of this transformation and sets the stage for the next 2 days for the vital discussions that will unfold regarding this topic. We stand at the cusp of an era where artificial intelligence is not merely a tool, but a catalyst driving a hyperconnected future where the boundaries between physical and digital worlds blur. There are numerous seismic global events that have inspired the conference theme this year. From the rapid advancements in generative AI models such as ChatGPT, capable of crafting human-like content and code, to the emergence of AI-powered drug discovery platforms that promise to revolutionize healthcare, we are indeed witnessing the dawn of a new technological era of innovations. But amidst this exhilarating technology boom, SATNAC remains focused on its unwavering commitment to grounding global shifts in the context of South Africa and Africa as a whole. Our continent is rich in young human capital and brimming with untapped potential, standing at the forefront of leading innovations within the digital era. The conference thus reflects that the continent is not just a spectator, but an active participant, helping to co-create a shared value in this unfolding narrative. This conference has over the years served as a crucial platform, fostering collaboration and knowledge exchange between corporate, academia, government, and civil society. Over the next 2 days, together we will explore the transformative power of AI and its implications for various sectors, from ICT and telecommunications to healthcare, to education, to agriculture, to finance. We'll dive deep into the ethical considerations surrounding AI, also ensuring that deployment is guided by the principles of fairness, transparency, and accountability. As we navigate the complexities of the AI-driven, hyper-connected future, SATNAC's role in fostering innovation and driving inclusive growth in our economy is more vital than ever. We're committed to the empowerment of the next generation of African researchers, technologists, entrepreneurs by providing them with the tools, the platform, the networking opportunities, and the funding to contribute meaningfully to the global technological revolution. We want to take this moment to also recognize the partnership that as Telkom we have entered into with the National Research Foundation to double up our efforts from a financial support perspective of students on our COE program. We have partnered and recognized the impact of the National Research Foundation, helping us to increase our investment that go into the master's and PhD skills as well as honors skills in fields such as engineering, computer sciences, and broad STEM fields. I invite you all to engage actively in discussions, share your insights, and forge meaningful connections. Let SATNAC 2024 continue to be a catalyst for collaboration, innovation, and shared value creation. As we continue to embark this journey together, united in our pursuit of ensuring that we drive innovation and the human capital needed to ensure its sustainability in our country and in the continent. Thank you.
In true Dr. Jantjies style of using technology to our benefit, unfortunately, she could not join us this year. Still, we are in very good and capable hands of Mr. Pushka Gokhale, the Chief Digital and Strategy Officer at OpenServe, who is the acting chairperson for the duration of the SATNAC 2024 conference, and he sits right here in front. Pushka, if you can just stand and wave so everyone can see you. Thank you so much. Of course, Dr. Jantjies and her team have been very instrumental in the Telkom Center for Excellence over the past couple of years. So they do really remarkable work. And talking about partnerships, of course, encouraging all those collaborations and networking to happen at this conference. I couldn't have said it better. And as a reminder, of course, we know that there is no greater example of successful and impactful, in fact, public and private partnerships like the program that we have here at SATNAC, and of course the Center of Excellence. All right, with no further ado, I'd like now to introduce our next speaker, and that is the Group Chief Executive Officer of Telkom South Africa, Mr. Serame Taukobong. And of course, as he comes up, I'm going to read you a small bio of Serame. Of course, he was a GCEO designate in August 2021 and took over the role of Telkom's Group Chief Executive Officer from the 1st of January 2022. He was appointed in Telkom in June 2018 as CEO of the Consumer Business Unit, taking responsibility for both its mobile and fixed consumer businesses. His principal skills, among others, are marketing, customer operations, mergers and acquisitions, business leadership experience, commercial strategist and consumer expertise, telecommunications and technologies, and international operations. Mr. Taukobong, please come up and give us your presentation.
Good morning. Jeez. Start again. Good morning. Good morning. Honourable Minister, Honourable Chair, Honourable members of EXCO, friends, colleagues, online and here present. We are gathered here again. 26 years of SATNAC it is, right? And a great privilege to be here. Often quite a challenging presentation to make. I was having an interview just now with the SABC, and Nompu, the journalist, actually said, can you guys make your titles even more challenging every year? And I think it is quite a mouthful. But a very good theme to start off with. Do I use a clicker or... you will run. See, it starts with technology. But I'll try to do my best and keep it short, sweet, and a bit challenging as well. Indeed, when you pick on a topic like this, you can't obviously not have references to technology and fancy widgets. So I certainly had to make sure that I have those slides to make sure that I stick to the topic. But I did recall and catch myself saying something that my father used to say to me, and my son actually recently sent me this picture. Quite amazing how far we've come. But as we actually dig into this rather interesting topic of AI, and looking at the agenda and what lies ahead of the next few days, and some of the topics that we were presented, there are obviously quite a lot of key factors that will talk to the theme of the hyperconnected future. But what's key for me and what I'd like to challenge and take on, if I bravely may, noting the learned professors and students in this room, is the bottom row, which talks about the human element of AI. And what is the impact and some of the debates that have been talked about in what next for AI? Interestingly, in his new book, Mr. Harari puts a very interesting proposition forward. And I thought I'd actually put it out in full rather than misread it. That whilst not everyone can become an AI expert, what we should be cognizant of is that this is the first technology that can actually make decisions and create ideas by itself. That no matter how powerful tools we've created in the past, guns nor bombs did not kill people on their own. Humans did. Quite a very interesting hypothesis that he puts forward. Yes, there's arguments that can talk of the good of what AI can do, and Lebo did touch on a lot of that. But there are counter-arguments that also talk of what AI can do when it's out of control. I was even surprised when even Elon Musk said AI, unmanaged, can be out of control. Interesting that even a declaration signed by over 33 governments, including China and the US and the UK. Can you imagine China and the US actually agreeing on something? A world first. That there's a potential and catastrophic impact of AI unmanaged. So there's the good and there's the bad of AI. What do we do? There's a hypothesis that human beings, when we have nothing that we can fall back on, we go to religion or culture as a guiding light. And perhaps is AI our next religion or not? Without going into that dangerous chapter, I see some people already thinking, where is he going to? Let's stick to something closer to home. And let's bring it really, really home. My good friend Richard Caslett, and I will not take all claims to this presentation. There's a very bright squire called Richard Caslett who helped me put this presentation together. Land on something that will be slightly closer to where we really are. the Big Five, more appropriate to our current location. A recent document prepared by World Economic Forum, which talks of the Big Five uncertainties that are associated with AI. It talks about the known and unknown and the various parameters associated to that. It uses animals and certain colored animals to try and paint scenarios around these uncertainties. And in these scenarios, paints what they are, what potential solutions there can be, and perhaps food for thought. Let's start with the first one. The gray rhino, which is the known known. We know what we know. And the key thing is, these are the rhinos that are already charging at us. Disinformation, fake news. Lebo talked about today's tomorrow. This is not something that is distant or unknown to us. It is not just about US elections, but even our own elections suffered from fake news. It is a reality that we constantly live in. And we know how such fake information can dent democracy, even dent personalities, or even damage careers. It is something that is present, and the impact of AI, artificial intelligence, badly managed. So the key thing for us here, and the actions about us, is how do we make sure that we act fast? And the critical thing about here is anticipate the impacts of such behavior, because once again, if we are slow, like a rhino, panicking, slow action, means that slow response, we are too late, because this is happening in our current realities. The next animal is a black jellyfish, the unknown known. The black jellyfish is sometimes that defines our imagination. Where this comes from is the growth of the jellyfish population was sometimes underestimated, and it actually ended up blocking cooling inlets in nuclear water inlets. You can imagine how slightly catastrophic this could be. Right. The key thing for us is, how do you understand how this information can cause disruption? And how can these mass disinformation threaten society's cohesiveness? What are the actions here? And the key thing for us here is, how do we develop equally powerful tools and mindsets to counter these tools? And how do we make sure that we've got the right powers and the right tools to ensure that we, on the principles of equality, are secure enough to counter them? The black elephant. Certainly one that I have particular passion about, because the key thing for me is about where it talks about conflicting views causing confusion and inaction. And the most important part here, it's about reinventing education. On this past Saturday, the chairman and myself and some of our executives had the good fortune of attending the International Teachers' Day celebrations, where Telkom Foundation was one of the many sponsors, and the president was there present. And he talked about the importance of education, and more importantly, the importance of empowering teachers to enable students and children to be the future of this country. Now, if we look at the role of education and the investment in education, and yet you look at the impact of budget cuts in education, you look at the investment in AI and AI-type teaching and advanced teaching in primary education, and the impact of this will have in future generations, and the misalignment in policymaking around education, and the impact that this will have on the country and our society as a whole, this is quite a key one. The de-skilling in decision-making, where humans start operating like machines, that's a key challenge. And here again is that the lack of speed in our own response will make us turn into gray rhinos. And that's the important part for me in terms of how we react to the black elephant. The black swan, I think you all know about the black swan phenomenon. Yes, it is unexpected. Yes, it is rare. And yes, when it does occur, it is catastrophic. But I think the key thing for us is that last bullet point, that ask not what AI might do for humans, but most importantly, what humanity would choose to do in relation to AI. That is the key thing for us. Last but not least is the butterfly effect in the middle. All of these effects are interconnected. And it's for us to understand how all of these play together. How do we use this matrix to understand that these events are all possible? How do they all happen together? How do we make sure that we are not surprised? And how do we prepare for the expected, unexpected? In closing, and bring it back home, South Africa faces a challenge. If you look at the IMD World Competitive Ranking, we are sliding down. Unfortunately, in this ranking, the higher the number, the worse the score. We have to be closer to a number of 1 for us to be highly competitive. The impact of load shedding and such impacts has driven South Africa down to that low score of 60. The debates we will have today and in future, what can we do to make sure that we contribute, that this room and the debates that we're going to have in the next few days take that line from continuing on the red or moving back up to where we were in 2008 or beyond, closer to being number 1. In conclusion, this is my challenge for us as we debate in the next few days and beyond. Can we ensure equitable access to AI-driven hyperconnectivity to avoid deepening existing social and economic inequalities? And secondly, what are the implications for AI-driven hyperconnectivity for education? And how can we prepare the next generation for this new reality? Thank you. Am I doing my other job? Am I getting 10%? Just checking. Thank you. It is also my honor to introduce our next speaker, the Honorable Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies, Mr. Solly Malatsi. Appointed in July, the Minister brings with him a wealth of experience and leadership across multiple sectors. His distinguished career includes roles as a spokesperson across various government portfolios, as a member of parliament and as a leader of the official opposition. Mr. Malati's quiet yet focused approach to his new portfolio is something I deeply admire. Those who know me will tell you that I am not a great fan of showmanship and theatrics. I observed how the minister has transitioned seamlessly in his critical role with determination and humility, reflecting his commitment to advancing South Africa's digital and communications agenda. Equally, I have appreciated his availability. I think I called him 2 days after his appointment. I was secured a meeting almost 24 hours after that, and strongly appreciate that support, sir. Under his leadership, I'm confident that we will continue to find innovative ways to unlock the potential of the digital economy. Minister, we at Telkom and the ICT industry at large share your vision for a better South Africa, an economy that creates jobs and expands business opportunities for all. We stand ready to contribute to policies that will propel our country forward through collaboration, innovation, and development. I'm certain that I speak not only for Telkom, but for the entire ICT sector when we say we are prepared to support you and your department in all of our efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now a great honor to call upon the Honorable Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies, Mr. Solly Malatsi, to address us. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning. How are you? Very well. Thanks very much for that introduction. It wasn't done with any pressure from me, so some of the things, it was at his own liberty that he said, but all protocols observed. To the Telkom board chairperson, Mr. Jeff Qina, to the group CEO, Serameta Okubong, all the executive leadership of the Telkom group, to all the CEOs of the organizations that are represented here, all leaders from government departments, to academic leaders, students presenting here, distinguished guests. I hope I didn't forget everyone. Welcome. It's really an honor for me to stand before you this morning to be at this prestigious conference. I think I saw one of my friends, former lecturers here, so we'll take that discussion offside. But it's really an important platform that SATNAC has been able to build over the years, just to be a platform that has become a beacon of innovation and collaboration in our ICT sector. This year, we gather in the heart of the Kruger National Park to explore a theme that will undoubtedly occupy our minds for a long time. And kudos to the team that worked on establishing the topic for this platform, being the AI-driven, hyper-connected future, co-creating shared values. Now in the 26th year, this conference has become a vital platform for research, discussion, and collaboration across industry, government, and academia. Earlier this year, the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, which now I have the honor of leading, published a discussion document at the AI National Government Summit. I believe this was an important resource that should be shared widely in the industry, as it will enrich our discussions both here and in other forums. In the discussion document, we noted several things, but many of those perspectives are on how AI can be unlocked to benefit humanity. The International Telecommunications Union views AI as a tool that will improve lives, while the United Nations AI Task Force believes that it can enhance human rights. And all the global debates that are taking place are also around the ethical use of AI, because it's something that dominates all of our minds as we try and grapple with the best way of incorporating it into our daily lives. In South Africa, our approach is shaped by the recommendations that are in the Presidential Commission on the Fourth Industrial Revolution, which sees AI as a technological tool that can drive both social and economic progress. Consequently, across the country, we have also seen several AI initiatives led by governments, some by the private sector, including academia and civil society. And recognizing this, we have crafted a strategy that aims to bring together all stakeholders, ensuring that there is alignment on national priorities and goals to foster economic growth and prosperity. And I think, Mr. Taukubong, this speaks broader to your point of policy certainty. I think in all honesty, one of the things that has created a lot of uncertainty where government is concerned is duplicity of policy, contradictions in policy, and inefficiency in executing its best policies. And we hope that this administration, or at least on my end, that's something that we are very determined on tackling and making sure that, at least in this sector, there's always an absolute sense of what our policy direction is and what it seeks to achieve. From a government standpoint, two key objectives have already been set in motion that have gained significant attraction. As some of you may know, the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies established the AI Institute of South Africa in 2022, while our counterparts at the Department of Science and Innovation developed the Center for Artificial Intelligence and Research in recent years. These initiatives are vital in enlisting the power of AI to drive society forward. What we do know now is that AI is no longer a distant concept or a futuristic dream. It lives with us today, shaping our present life and defining the contours of our future. And all over around the world, AI is transforming industries, driving economic growth, and unlocking opportunities that we may previously have never thought they were possible. In our country, we are also embracing this reality with urgency and optimism, because the appetite for knowledge that we see across the country is a testament of our people's ambition and the readiness to lead the charge into an AI-driven economy. Both our AI hubs at the University of Johannesburg and the Tshwane University of Technology are already making groundbreaking innovation in sectors like automotive, healthcare, mining, and digital identity. For us, these hubs are much more than just centers of learning. They are also engines of change, driving localized solutions that respond to our country's unique needs. But what we are determined on doing is that we will continue to expand these AI hubs across the country, ensuring that every region benefits from this transformative technology. As a result, South Africa's AI market is expected to grow exponentially, powered by increased investments that could be adopted across sectors, and understanding that AI can improve efficiency, spark innovation, and most importantly, drive economic transformation. Because for us, this is not merely about automating processes. It's about elevating industries and empowering people with the tools that prepare us for the future. And part of the future that is unknown, yet we must prepare proactively to find answers for that future, so that we may never be found unprepared to deal with any disruption that may happen in any sphere of life. Clearly, we are not mere participants in the global revolution that is taking part in AI. And as some of you in this room are some of the leading minds that are shaping discussions in AI, you will realize that in every debate about how do we leverage AI, it has a South African influence on it, because leading minds that come from this country are at the forefront of finding solutions that can help make everyday life better, that can help government deliver efficiently, that can help learning be easier, that can unlock investments and job creation, because ultimately, every intervention that we make in society must be geared towards uplifting the dignity of the most vulnerable members of our society. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't need to remind you that South Africa is a constitutional democracy. So as we foster towards this connected society, we must seriously consider the ethical implications of AI. It has the power to uplift, but only if it is deployed responsibly. And it is our duty collectively to ensure that we create an AI ecosystem that respects privacy, human rights, and the dignity of every South African. Our commitment to fostering an inclusive, connected society should go beyond AI. We have made significant strength in some policy interventions to also propel the potential of the digital economy. The Digital Economy Master Plan sets out a clear framework that will help grow the sector, while the SA Connect initiative focuses closely on closing the digital divide, ensuring that connectivity is underserved. And both of these points were made by Lewi in her performance and also by the group CEO, that in order for us to truly leverage every power that lies within AI, we also have to get the basics right, which is removing the barriers of entry for the most marginalized communities to first get connected, and then empower them with the skills to be able to take up the opportunities and all the interventions that interventions like AI offer, so that we can truly empower people with the resources they need, not only to be dependent on technology for survival, but to leverage it to uplift their lives and restore their dignity, which truly lies at the heart of humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, on the 13th of September 2014 in Brazil, on behalf of the country, together with my counterparts from other countries, South Africa accepted the next presidency of the G20. And I would just like to build upon some of the advances that have been made by previous presidencies to bridge the digital divide by promoting equality and support inclusive, sustainable development to improve people's lives. The G20 meeting in Brazil focused on 4 key areas. 1, digital inclusion, universal and meaningful connectivity. Secondly, digital government and inclusive digital infrastructure, the integrity of information online and trust in the digital economy. And lastly, artificial intelligence for inclusive, sustainable development and inequal reduction. And I wish to note what the ministers collectively said. It said that we recognize that safe, secure, and trustworthy artificial intelligence, when applied in a transparent, ethical, responsible, and reliable manner, may act as a catalyst for achieving economic growth and inclusive, sustainable development within its 3 dimensions: social, economic, and environmental. The emphasis on that shows that even globally, even leaders are obsessed with finding the right balance to the ethical use of AI and the opportunities that it presents to us. So I truly hope that as we engage in this conference for the next few days, we also remember the unique role that South Africa plays in this hyper-connected future, particularly as we host the G20 next year, and as many of you in this room will also influence the work that we do on the Digital Economy Working Group. There is no doubt that our diversity is a wellspring of creativity and innovation, and that our collective efforts will determine how we harness AI for the greater good. And I just want to extend my sincere gratitude to the Telkom leadership, to the SATNAC local organizing committee, and all the partners for creating this remarkable space for dialogue and innovation. For me, it's clear that we will navigate this transformative path with purpose, unlocking opportunity for every South African as we shape a future that is both bright and inclusive. And as Lebu said in her introductory performance, that when great minds gather, possibilities are boundless. And for me, the most important thing is what possibilities do we live with when we leave this gathering at the end of the last day. Those possibilities, when we go back to our respective places, have boundless solutions that can help make South Africa a better place for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the GCEO as well as the Minister. Another round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Esteemed delegates, I'm so proud that our program is running along very nicely. In fact, we are well ahead of time, which is good news, I must say. We have one more speaker, and then we take a 30-minute break if you refer to your programs. I want to also remind you to please download the app that is very much geared for this conference. It has a number of very interesting, gadgets, facilitations, and conversations that are happening there online. Just download, it's quick. I think it took me about 2 minutes, even though I have my own little disadvantages. But I got to work, I uploaded my picture and so on, and I've already started to engage with some of you. So please download that app, it's very important. And those who love social media or, want to just tell the rest of society what it is that we're doing, great minds in one room, please do go onto your social media and talk about this conference. You can hashtag it SATNAC 2024, greatly appreciated. To the GCEO and the Minister, of course, one of the things that really came to mind as you were giving your presentations is, if we are going to be speaking about, how we can be in the lead towards the AI-driven, hyper-connected future as South Africa, then partnering and collaborations become key. I cannot stress this enough, especially when you look at just some of the concerns and the worry, for many societies. I was listening to the special General Assembly meetings that were held recently, and every speaker, including the Secretary General of the UN, kept on highlighting the importance of ethical AI, and how important that is. So that question still needs to be addressed, I think. So if we're going to be asking ourselves that question, unlocking those partnership is really going to be key. When we speak, of course, from academia, that provides the research and the expertise that enable these groundbreaking innovations that we've been hearing about, and you'll also see some of those presentations being talked about today, to the ICT industry that harnesses this research and, converts it into real-world solutions and deploying them at scale, as we've heard from Lebo a little bit earlier on. Government then becomes very key in creating these policies, and I'm glad that the Minister talked about policy direction, what it is and what it looks like into the future. It then becomes very important for creating these regulatory environments and investments, Minister, that make these innovations sustainable and, of course, accessible to all. These partnerships, working in concert, will definitely allow us to unlock the full potential of hyperconnectivity. Without further ado, esteemed delegates, I would like now to address and welcome our speaker. We are now going to be moving into the direction of essentially journeying into the world of AI. Helping us to unpack all of that, I would like to now welcome Professor Benjamin Rosman, Professor of School of Computer Science and Applied Mathematics at the University of the Witwatersrand. His topic today is indeed just that, a journey into the world of AI. Prof, as you come up, I will then read your bio to our delegates. Professor Benjamin Rosman is a professor in the School of Computer Science and Applied Mathematics at the University of the Witwatersrand, where he runs the Robotics, Autonomous Intelligence and Learning, otherwise known as RAIL Laboratory, and is the director of the National eScience Postgraduate Teaching and Training Platform. In 2024, he became the founding director of the Machine Intelligence and Neural Discovery, otherwise known as MIND, at the University of the Witwatersrand, followed on the fundamental science of intelligence in machines, humans, and animals. He's also the chief science officer at Lelapa AI, building AI for Africans by Africans. I'm going to pause there. If you want to read the full bio, you're more than welcome to get that information on the app that you need to download. Thank you so much, Prof.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. Thanks so much for having me at this prestigious event. Honorable Minister, Group CEO, and to everybody who's here. It really is an honor to be here to talk about what's been near and dear to my heart for quite a while now. And I want to welcome you all to the AI era. People in my shoes like to say, told you so. But, anyway. Okay, my plan today was to kind of unpack a bit of what AI is about and dig into some of the myths and really look under the hood. But then I realized just how kind of educated and distinguished the audience is today, and I thought, maybe let's do something a little bit different and talk about where AI is in Africa and where we're going. And so, hopefully I'll be forgiven for changing the title slightly to A Journey into the World of African AI, which I think leads on very nicely from what the group CEO was talking about. So, there's a lot to think about here, but really, at the core, what is AI? I mean, if you kind of believe the media, then, AI was invented back in November 2022 by OpenAI. It definitely didn't exist since like the 1950s. But that's really when the world woke up and everyone started paying attention and thought, whoa, what is this thing? And we should be paying attention to it. I know everyone in this room was doing that earlier, but I'm just talking about everybody else. So, from the moment that happened, from when kind of ChatGPT exploded into the public consciousness, like within the first few days even, there were all these crazy headlines out there of, can this write a better novel than I can? Like, wow, this is challenging human creativity. What does this mean for white-collar work? Now, all of these questions, like, as I say, within days, people started discussing and have just become bigger and bigger issues since then. Right? What does this mean for misinformation, which was mentioned earlier? I think this is one of the big problems we have to think about really, like, urgently. But even the big players, the tech companies, were suddenly kind of disrupted by their own sector. And friends of mine and all the big research labs and all the big tech companies were suddenly called in for all-hands meetings and told, stop whatever you're doing, this is what we're working on now. In the university space, in the education space, this was kind of panic. We spent the better part of the last 2 years working with many universities and schools on how do we think about education, how do we think about assessment, does this break everything? And then finally, Microsoft went and ripped open Pandora's box and invested $10 billion into OpenAI, followed by loads more money, and this is now a $1 trillion industry, all of a sudden. Again, there was a bit of a told you so moment here. What I find most interesting is, if I rewind in my own life, in about 15 years or so, when I really just started getting into the field, I'd talk to people and I'd say, oh, I'm working in AI, or people get confused by that. I'm working in artificial intelligence. And then I'd get responses like, whoa, so you believe in aliens? And over the course of like 15 years, we've gone from that to now being able to sit and have a conversation with your hairdresser about AI. That's pretty wild, like in the space of 15 years. You don't normally see change happening like this. So there's so much going on. There's a lot of excitement. And there's things happening in Africa too, and I'm going to talk a fair bit about that. But something I find a bit worrying is that many times I'll have conversations with people from other parts of the world, and they get very excited about this, and they say, oh, that's so cool. So you're doing AI in Africa. Okay, so obviously you're going to take all the stuff we've developed and use it to solve African problems, which I picture looks something like this. And I say, yes, that's true, and also very condescending, because we can do all the same kind of stuff that anyone else can. And why would you think otherwise? So I think all of this raises the question, how should we think about AI in Africa? Right? Like, everybody's talking about this now, what should we be thinking about? Well, obviously at the core, we need AI to benefit Africa. And as we've already heard, there are so many different possibilities, so many vectors for change here that we should be latching onto. Like, just so many opportunities are just opening up right in front of us. Right? This is an exciting time. But also, we can't just consume AI that's been built elsewhere. Right? We have to be kind of equal players in this space. Right? This shouldn't just be a one-way street that Silicon Valley invents new cool stuff. We pay money for it. That seems wrong, right? Because what we do here, the kinds of amazing, inspiring ideas that come out of communities such as this, right, really have global value. And we need to take ownership of that. And we need to build on that and capitalize on that and have this broader conversation that we're really involved in this. Now, going back a few years, this was already something that was worrying me and some colleagues of mine who had spent some time abroad. I'd previously studied in the UK. Many of my other colleagues had as well, or were currently working abroad. And, being kind of proud South Africans, we wanted to give back somehow. And so in 2017, a group of us came together with the idea that we should do something to strengthen South African or African machine learning in general. And started with some discussions, and we thought, all right, let's put together a technical workshop. All right, much like this one where people can come together and discuss technical ideas. And we gave it a name. We thought, all right, let's call this something. We have to brand it somehow. And obviously, if you're in the AI space, you've got to be good at branding. That's the one lesson we've learned. We called this thing the Deep Learning Indaba. Now, our vision for this was we wanted an intense, state-of-the-art machine learning workshop for African researchers. Right, we wanted to bring everyone together. We wanted really deep dive technical discussions and practical sessions and really master's level, PhD level, everybody who's working in the space. We thought long and hard, and we reached out to our networks, and we thought, okay, maybe if we look hard enough across the entire continent, we'll find 30 people who would care. Right, this was 2017, and that was like us being kind of ambitious. So this was the group of us who started putting this all together. I'm sure some of these faces will be known to many of you. But, we thought, all right, let's do this. This has to happen. And we'll do it lightweight, right? So with that few people, we can just host it at one of our universities. We'll host it at WITS. We'll all give the talks, and we'll kind of cover the costs ourselves. This is going to be quite easy to put together. This was our discussion in January 2017. Come August, September, when we hosted it, we had 330 people from around the continent. And in fact, we had about 750 applicants to this event. And we were just blown away by the interest and excitement. And being academics, we double-blind peer-reviewed all the applicants and everything like this. And we tried to focus on diversity across the continent. Again, these were all master's students, PhD students, people in startups, people in industry. And we'd accept people. And we'd get these kind of emails that said, thank you so much for accepting me. This is the greatest thing that's ever happened to me. Unfortunately, a ticket to South Africa is 5 times my father's monthly salary. And we thought, oh, okay. And then we started doing some fundraising. So there went all our previous notions that didn't work. And the event ran and was very successful. So much so that we thought, okay, let's do another one. Maybe there's room to do a second event. So the next year we went to Stellenbosch University. We had someone from Stellenbosch on our original committee of 8. And there we had 550 people. And thought, oh, maybe something is happening here. We then thought, all right, we're about Africa. This is Pan-African. This is not just South Africa. Let's leave South Africa. Went to Kenyatta University, where we had about 700 people. And now there was a movement. This was something growing, and this was something exciting, because this is connecting people all across Africa. Right? A common interest in just one kind of technology. I would say the most important kind of technology, but I'm not biased, is really pulling people together in a way I'd never seen before. After a short COVID break, we went to Tunisia with 600 people. We went to Ghana with about 800 people. And we just had this year's event in Senegal with 750 people. This makes this the biggest machine learning summer school in the world. And it's here in Africa. It's this dynamic, exciting, passionate community that's just connected across the continent. Right? I've never seen something like this where people, I think before this, I maybe knew 5, 10 people who knew someone from 5 or more African countries, but now there's a network across the whole continent. And this is exciting for everybody in every discipline. Right? This means that there's uptake of this kind of technology everywhere. Like people are really working at the core of it. So what is this all about? Well, as I said, we do these events where we have plenary speakers, and we've had people like the head of all of Google AI come and spend the week with us a couple times. We have big names from all over the world, big names from all over Africa. We have practical sessions, we have discussions, we have workshops, we have even like events in the evenings, women in machine learning and how to start a startup and these kinds of things. This is the African community. Obviously, as you all know very well, you have to have socials, because this is what pulls everybody together. It's about the networks. Things don't work in isolation, they work with networks. And to that extent, this has now gone broader. We've been involved in helping to set up movements now all over the world, inspired by the way we think about things in Africa. There's movements in South America, Southeast Asia, and Eastern Europe. Because we have something special here. There's something special about living in this place, about the people in this place, that let us build things quickly and build things well. We just have to do it with purpose, and we have to do it together. Now, a lot has happened off the back of this. We've seen in the academic space, lots of papers coming out. In fact, the biggest conference internationally in machine learning, when we started, had never had an African institution publishing there before. Following the first one, my lab and a lab in Stellenbosch were the first ones, and now there's regularly a large African contingent at this conference. Right? There's new jobs, there's new startups, there's a lot of exciting things happening. The network is strengthened. There have been so many people all over the world getting involved, helping with mentorship, getting involved in writing papers together, hiring students, and this kind of thing. There's new courses opening up all over the continent, many in South Africa, courses and programs, and this has happened kind of for other reasons as well, but there's now AI and data science degrees everywhere you look. And of course, more people are bringing funding into the continent, which is always a good thing. So one program that really excited me that we worked on here was, being somewhat disorganized academics, we did the impossible and had some money accidentally left over from the first event. And we thought, what do we do with this? How do we grow the impact of what we're doing? Well, we could try and make a bigger event, which we did a little bit, but what you don't want is an event of 10,000 people. That loses a bit of the personal connection, and it's really hard to organize. So we thought maybe we can host satellite events. But we're a bunch of South Africans. What do we know about hosting satellite events? So we had a call for people to host their own events, and we'll give them some financial support and help with marketing and speakers and that sort of thing. We call this the Indaba X program, you know, like TED and TEDx, similar kind of riff. Well, I'm proud to say this year, we supported events in 47 African countries. If you tell someone you did something in 47 African countries, I guarantee you they're thinking something negative. But this is wild. There are machine learning events happening everywhere. So this gives us a substrate. This gives us a network of people that know each other, that work together, that are passionate about the same kind of things. This is amazing because this talks to every application. This talks to every community. There's kind of local representatives that are tapped into the global network, which is what we need. We don't need people sitting solving problems in isolation. We need to be using whatever the state of the art is, innovating on it, combining it, sharing it, improving it. That's what we need. But with all of this, reflecting back a few years, there's still worries that I have. And one thing, thinking about that picture I showed at the beginning, is that almost all AI work in Africa is in applications. In fact, most people who tell you they're working in AI are not working in AI. They're working in some other area and using AI to help do their jobs better or help solve their problems better, which is awesome, and we totally need that. But again, we can't fall into the trap of always being consumers of other people's technologies. If we don't ourselves develop the fundamentals as well here, then we're going to stay a consumer of AI forever, right? Which is terrible. That means the gap between us and others is always going to widen. I like to think that if you want to work in an area such as AI, you need to think about kind of three pillars. Obviously, the applications are important. This is what takes the technology and puts it in the hands of everybody. This is what solves problems. But you have to have ownership of the fundamentals as well, and you have to think about the impact on society, which we had the group CEO mentioning earlier. Right? So you need this kind of balance for any new technology. And I think the stakes are particularly high with AI. So why should we care about fundamental AI research? I mean, isn't this a great thing for the big guys in Silicon Valley to be doing? And I think there's so many important reasons for this that hopefully will get discussed over the next couple of days. Firstly, we need better models and algorithms. We need them to be more capable, but we also need them to be lower resource. Right? We can't afford to be, just using ChatGPT plus sized models, right? That's impossibly expensive. That's not efficient from like a data perspective. And there's huge like carbon and climate like implications to this. This is not the right way to go. And this is particularly painful for us here in Africa. Many of the problems we work on are under-resourced. We can't throw infinite data points into a neural network and hope for the best. We know that works if you do have like infinite data points, but we need something smarter, we need something better, and who better to be driving this change? There's also these huge safety risks, right? Everybody's hearing about this more and more, and these are really things we should be worrying about, right? We're approaching potentially a precipice. And I don't think the way you solve safety problems is by taking something off the shelf and putting a locally flavored Band-Aid over the top. Right? We really need safety built into the core of our methods, which means we need to be understanding and innovating on the core of our methods. And finally, if we really want to be competitive economically, we've got to be building the core technologies. Right? Everything that happened in the post-ChatGPT era happened because of a 2017 paper on inventing something called a transformer neural network. We should be inventing the next ones of those things, because then the kind of pipeline from crazy new idea to making huge economic kind of breakthroughs is really short. Like, we should be driving that change. We have the talent, we have the people, we have the networks. This is what we need to be pushing. Again, we can't just be looking at what's done elsewhere and saying, oh, let's make a local version of that. Like, we've really got to be pushing the change here. To this end, we've been thinking about this a lot kind of in our space at WITS. And as was mentioned earlier, we've just set up an institute to think about really the fundamentals, not in the application specifically, but really building core fundamental ideas. I'm not going to talk much about this, but I think the important thing here is to focus on the fundamental science of intelligence, something that touches all of us, humans, animals, and machines. If we look back at the history of artificial intelligence, back to the 50s, this is really what people cared about, is trying to understand brains, the most complicated object we know of in the universe. If we can understand that better, we can build new technologies, but we can also live better lives, more fulfilled lives. And so really bringing people together from a variety of disciplines, I think, is the path forward for us to make huge progress in this space. Now, I want to give you an idea of the kinds of things that I'm talking about. So I'll turn just for a second to ChatGPT. Everyone loves ChatGPT. It does everything for you, from preparing your presentations to marking your students' work. But it has limitations. ChatGPT, despite what it will tell you, can't plan. It can't think ahead. And what do I mean by this? Well, what it does, if we look into the technical details, it's a consecutive word producer. Its job is to figure out what is the next word given what you said to it, and then what it's already generated. It can't think ahead. So what does this mean? Well, if I ask it to write a 5-line poem about humans, where all the lines have the same number of words as the number of letters in the last word, that should be, that's a bit of an irritating task. I'm clearly not a very nice guy to do this, but you could solve this problem. And probably not with the same poetic fluency as we heard this morning, but very few of us can. So indeed, it generates us a poem, but if we look carefully, the last word there, parts, the lines don't have that number of words in it. In fact, they don't even have the same number of words. And why is this? Because it doesn't plan ahead. It generates one word at a time. I worry that many people are just jumping into these technologies, thinking they can do all sorts of magical things. In some domains, like text generation, they are magical, but there's certain things they can't do. So what do we do if we've got these kinds of challenges? Or do we just rely on everyone hoping that the hype is true and that all this can do everything? Or do we focus on these problems and think, what can we do about it? Now, to this end, I turn briefly to my own field of work. Now, ChatGPT and all these generative AI technologies is just one little bubble in the AI space, but there's many other things. So, for example, to get around this problem, we look at something called reinforcement learning. To the engineers in the room, this is just stochastic optimal control theory with unknown transition dynamics and objective functions. But anyway, so what this is about looking at a decision maker. Right? We care about a decision maker, but decision makers don't exist in a vacuum. They exist in some sort of environment. So we model these things slightly differently. We think about what actions should our decision maker make, or alternatively, what decisions should they make? And when you make a decision, things around you change. If I make the decision to step this way, I've now moved, and some of your heads have tilted a little bit. The world changes as a result of what I do. And there's this constant feedback between the two. And then sometimes good and bad things happen. And if I can model the world in this way, I can plan ahead. Because I can do things like learn what my actions do. I can do things like learn what is desirable in the world. And then I can try and figure out the best thing to do. Now, this way of thinking has started becoming popular. In fact, the first kind of very hyped thing in this space came out of Google DeepMind about 2013 to 2015, where they showed that they could learn to play Atari games. Now, this is very simple. This is just a video game. But this is a video game that doesn't know anything. Right? All it knows is there's pixels on the screen, and I can hit keys on a keyboard. And what it has to do is learn from trial and error how to do long-term decisions. Right? And what does this look like? Well, when it starts, it doesn't know anything. This is a very different way of learning to the way we think of ChatGPT. This learns much like children learn. And you can see here, it's rubbish. But it's learning every time it does anything. Learning, what do I do when the ball comes towards me? That's not an instantaneous decision. That's not predicting the next thing. That's trying to figure out long-term, what am I trying to achieve? And you can see, as this kind of system learns, over time, it's getting better and better and better, until eventually it's able to play this game, right? And play it at the level of a human who might sit down and play this game. Now again, when it moves this paddle, it's not thinking ahead. I mean, it is thinking ahead. It's not just responding to what's happening. But even now, it's still learning. And we can see this because if you let it carry on learning, we start getting a little bit of that butterfly effect coming in, where it learns to hack what we wanted it to do. It eventually learns that really what we cared about was getting as many points as possible. And how do you do that? Well, you find a sneaky way to get the ball up the side, and then you've got to do very little work to solve the problem. Now, there's bigger challenges here. I'm sure many of you have heard about how these ideas have been applied in the space of Go. What is Go? It's an ancient Chinese board game that they say many chess players upgrade to when they find chess too easy. It's a simple game. On a 19 by 19 board, you just take it in turns, placing stones to capture territory. It was for many years also considered the grand challenge of AI, because unlike that little video game, you're playing against an opponent, and there's more possible configurations of this board than there are atoms in the universe. So, this is a really hard problem. But using these same methodologies, in 2016, Lee Sedol, who might have been the greatest Go player of all time, lost 4-1 to an algorithm playing in this way. He has subsequently given up the game because he says there's no point. A machine will always beat a human at this game. Now, this is amazing, but there are challenges. Firstly, it takes these things forever to learn. Once it's learned, it can only play Go. If I tweak the rules slightly, it still can't play that. And there's also no performance guarantees that it's actually not going to do something crazy while it's doing that. And so these are the kinds of problems that kind of motivate me in my own work. You know, you might now want to unleash a robot in the world. Firstly, we should not power it by ChatGPT. And we should not just do this because of those risks that I've listed there. So we might have, in a little simulated setting over here, a robot in an office space. And we might want to give it, in English, an instruction that says, deliver mail from the mailroom to recipients in the office, then take everyone else coffee because they're sad. And when you're done with all of that, then patrol 1, 2, 3, and 4. And the whole time, don't do anything dangerous. Don't collide with those spots. And sure enough, we can solve these problems, but it's required building new frameworks. We've had to build a new way to think about reinforcement learning, this field, to be able to solve this kind of problem. And indeed here, we can see the solution. Now here we can specify these really complicated instructions and have our robot carry this out. Right? But again, you couldn't just do this by applying the technologies as they exist. You had to analyze where are the weaknesses, where are the flaws, and how do we improve on this? And the cool thing is, once you've thought about this, then the applications are endless. We can think about kind of applications in multi-agent robotics, coordination for warehousing. We can think about getting robots to learn to navigate environments safely. We can do different kinds of packing and placing tasks. Yes, they're very toy tasks. I work at a university, my bad. But you can solve these kinds of things that were not solvable in the same way before. We can connect them up to things like ChatGPT so that they can then understand natural language. They can understand people just giving them instructions. They don't have to be reprogrammed. They don't have to be taken offline. They can just solve whatever problem we describe to them in English or given new work in other languages as well. Now, we can look at all of these kinds of applications and think about, okay, what is this all about? Well, as I said, there's been so much happening in AI. I think this is now the fastest growing field in human history. There's hundreds of papers published every single day in AI. And if we just look over the last few years where the hype has been, it's really been following this kind of family tree of generative AI. All these different branches and possibilities. It does bug me that it's only really in the last couple months there's been anything added to that tree from Africa. And I think that's something we need to be thinking about. We need to be innovating on. Again, we've got different kinds of problems that motivate us. We've got different ways of thinking. We're resource constrained in certain ways. We should be using that to drive us. We should be contributing to this global knowledge base that's changing the world. And we should be leading this charge. So if this is where we've been, where are we going next? What are we going to see in the world of all of the generative AI that everyone's so excited about? Well, I think we're already seeing there's a move into multimodality. There's a move into, we've got things that do text, we've got things that do images, or music, or video, but these are all starting to come together. We're already starting to see this happen. We're going to see smaller, more efficient models. We have to, because even the big tech companies are going to be coming up to these limits, which is why we should be driving this. We're going to start seeing more integration into infrastructure, which is really exciting, but also very worrying, as AI is tied into more and more things. If it's done in a way that we didn't understand the principles behind it, this could be catastrophic. But if it's done in a positive way, we could see things like service delivery happen at a level we've never seen before. And finally, as I've been talking about, we're going to start seeing more planning and reasoning and this kind of long-term purpose in the AI coming into our systems more and more. I mean, what does this mean if we put it all together? Well, just to take an example from a very different domain. For a few years now, we've been using AI to look at things like chest x-rays and do diagnoses. And in fact, just before the pandemic, there were already papers coming out saying that in kinds of certain areas of radiology, these AIs can do things better than doctors can. Right? So that was the problem that people have been looking at for a while. But talking to these points that I see going forward, what if we've also been measuring certain vitals of this person over a while? What if we've been taking chest x-rays over the last some number of years? What if we have a whole lot of other information about this person that might even include genetic information? And what if we have all of the literature that's ever been published in medicine? This is super multimodal. There's a lot of information here. What can we do with this? Well, we're not trying to just classify something or inform the doctor. We might actually want to make a decision. We might want to decide what is the best course of action for this person right now. And in fact, we might take this further and say, what is the best course of action every few minutes or every couple of days, so that we can actually get to a point where we, maybe fulfill some objective of prolonging the life and quality of life of this person. Right? These are the kinds of areas we're going to start moving into. And then we'll want to do it lightweight, on-premises machines, or maybe running on a phone. Right? This is the kind of technology that we're going to start seeing over the next couple of years. So, where we are, if we put this all together, we've seen this huge breakthrough in kind of creative AIs, this generative AI wave that's done so many things. But as we start plugging in these other pieces, we're going to move into other spaces. We're going to see, like, finally, maybe the autonomous cars that for the last 15 years have been 2 years away. We're going to see more and more of those out on the streets. Where we're going to start seeing things like AI doctors. We're going to see things like, how do you build, how do you maintain, how do you grow some sort of communications network. What decisions should I make if I want to plan for the next 20 years? Right? Can my AI handle this for me? And I think over the next few years, we'll start seeing AIs that can do this kind of thing. In the same way as we're going to see AIs that can run businesses all by themselves, because it's the same kind of process. And finally, we might be able to start thinking about some of our real big global challenges. How do we think about the climate change problem? How do we think about poverty? These are huge problems. We need as much intelligence as possible to be tackling these problems. And I think we're finally at the era where the tools in our pockets are able to help us solve these problems. Just before we end, I will say we've still got to be mindful that there's huge challenges. There's challenges from things like phishing, from cybersecurity risks, from data privacy risks that are critical and are going to become a bigger and bigger challenge. Our whole economic model is going to be overturned in the next few years. We have to start thinking about this because, again, we can't just band-aid our way through this. We've got to think, what does this mean if any of these jobs can be done better than a human by a non-human? There's many other malicious things and malicious uses of this technology that we've really got to be aware of. If we're deploying these things widely to the whole world, we've got to have teams that can think about the implications of what we're doing. And finally, there's all these questions about the alignment of AI with ourselves. Is it doing what we actually wanted it to do and not what we told it to do? So while we think about all of these issues, it's important that we take a lead as Africa in driving this change, in being equal partners at the table, not just in a political space, not just in an application space, but really, really driving the technology from the ground up in the same way that anyone else, anywhere in the world, can be and should be doing. So with that, I'd like to thank you and thank many of the wonderful students I get to work with, and I hope that was interesting.
Thank you so much, Prof. He asks if that was interesting. Wow, is all I can say. Thank you so much to Professor Rosman. Okay, so yes, we are still good with time, and we have come to that point where we're going to take a break at this point in time. But I want to just thank Professor Rosman. Thank you so much for that. So what we'll do is we will have a ministerial and high-level delegation exhibition and also a showcasing walkthrough with the minister. I'm going to ask that the minister does leave first. But one thing that struck me with that presentation was that question that was posed, Prof, in the beginning: how should we think about AI in Africa? The answer, I think, was very much clear in that presentation. Somewhere there saying building AI for Africans by Africans. I absolutely agree. And something that Lebo asked earlier: can someone build a Siri that can pronounce our names correctly? You might say, what's in a name? Let me demonstrate. Ndivumeleni ndizazise ndingu-Unathi Bhatyashe, uKhwalo, uMzangwa, uNcuthu, uMlanjeni, Sohobese. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take our break. and hearing all of those speeches, absolutely amazing. And then it just speaks to the possibilities of what can be done if we all group ourselves together. I managed to listen to the minister's interview he was conducting in the foyer. I used my little device to log on online and listen to what he had to say. And very good insights from him following his speech, and of course, after having listened to some of the presentations. I think what was key in terms of what he said is that we really shouldn't leave anyone behind in as far as just making sure that everybody is taken into this path of technology, because having said everything that we saw today, a lot of South Africans, even as far as the continent is concerned, are still overwhelmed by the information that is coming fast and hard. So then how do we make sure that we take them within our path? He drove the point home during his interview that we need to catch up as South Africa, and of course as a continent at large, with the rest of the world, especially in the education sector, he said, when it comes to the evolution of technology. Importantly, of course, the minister did drill home the message that everyone in this country and the broader continent need to be included. So inclusivity is key as we continue to converge and talk about the realms of what this innovation actually entails. All right, having said that, I want to now call our next speaker, and he is going to speak to us about AI forging the path towards autonomous networks. I'm going to call on stage Rami Fuad Gurgis. He's an application lead consultant in the Middle East and Africa for Nokia. And Rami, as you come up, I want to read your profile, please. Rami is, as I said, Nokia Applications lead consultant with Middle East and Africa, with a strong focus on advancing telecommunications across the continent. With over 2 decades of experience, he leads a team driving business development and delivering cutting-edge software solutions. Rami has played a pivotal role in large-scale projects with major African telecom operators like OpenServe, Vodacom, Morocco Telecom, and Orange MEA, a Cairo University graduate in communications engineering that is based in Dubai. I could go on and go on, but remember, I told you there is that beautiful app where you can get most of these profiles. Rami, we look forward to your engagement. Of course, the topic again, AI forging the path towards autonomous networks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honestly speaking, I'm highly honored to be part of this remarkable event and truly humbled to stay on stage in front of such a remarkable academic and executive leaders. But I think Dr. Benjamin has helped me a lot to set the scene going forward. So he asked a question. He said, can one day come where networks can really become planning for themselves, fulfilling for themselves, assuring themselves, meaning becoming autonomous? So that's the question that I'm going to be trying to answer throughout my coming 20 to 30 minutes. So the presentation is about AI and autonomous networks. I'll start by that quote just to set the scene. So this is the chief architect of Telstra saying that every meeting I attend, I nearly without exception, there is some component that discusses AI. And the question I'm going to be trying to answer today is that a hype of buzzwords in the telco world, or are we really evolving towards the plateau of productivity and real use of AI in our networks? Let me start in the coming couple of slides by the problem statement. So this slide is all about creation of value for shareholders. And I think this report from the Telco Value Creators Report is talking about the telcos being able to get returns for the shareholders or create value for shareholders. And as you may see, the telcos are lagging at like 6%. Lagging at 31st out of 33 industries that has been addressed in this report. And in fact, that's a big problem statement, meaning that telcos are struggling to get creation of value for shareholders, right? So that's a problem statement. You now know where to put your stock options, right? The next one, let's, drill down a little bit into the problem statement a little bit more. So in the coming few years, there is around 218 billion US dollars being invested in capex for telcos. Telco industry is getting more and more complex. 5G is offering us distributed architectures with service-based architectures, densifications of optic fibers, and telcos have to go on and on investing in those technologies. But the problem that is creating is that the revenues are expected to be staggered at like 1% CAGR. So there is a real, deviation between the investments that are being done and the TCOs versus the revenues that the telcos are getting. So the connectivity is becoming more and more commoditized, and there is not really a lot to get revenue from. So that's the problem statement that is keeping our telco executives awake at night. And it is a call for support for all of you, academics, students, and professors. Can we together try to solve this problem? Because, as His Highness the Minister of Telecommunications said, unless we are successful to deliver telco and connectivity to the deprived communities and areas, we are not bridging the digital divide. So for those telcos to become more and more successful, there needs to be a solution. Now I have mentioned the problem statement. Let's try to delve into the direction of how to solve this problem statement. And the angle I'm going to be taking the solution for this problem statement is autonomous networks. By autonomous networks, I mean that networks need to be performing and operating on their own. They need to provision and orchestrate the services that they are being asked for on their own. They need to operate on their own. We're not here looking at telcos to become a competition or to compete head by the hyperscalers or over-the-top players. But rather, what we need to do is to get up in the value chain and become more relevant to those hyperscalers. And that's what autonomous networks promise is. Yes, it's about some cost optimizations of running the network, but it is more about being more relevant to the business, more relevant to the industry, so that we can create more value and get up in the value chain. So how can we achieve that? And let me give an example before I get to those pillars. Uber today is using AWS for infrastructure, is using Google Maps for navigation, is using Twilio for communication, to send like voice calls or chats to the drivers and so forth. And they don't own a single car, but they operate in an ecosystem where they pull and plug, capabilities from over the place. The question of why we need to become autonomous on networks is about getting to be part of this value chain. So the question I'm trying to answer here is basically, can we one day see our networks and our telco providers becoming a plug and play into the Uber world or ecosystem? For example, if we are having an event and we want to avoid congestion on Uber calls, can the networks provide a service that is congestion-free just for Uber calling. And hence, we become upper in the value chain and become part of this ecosystem and resolve the problem statement in the first place. I hope you're getting my idea, where I'm going for. But now, what is the way forward in order to become autonomous network? And those like some driving principles of how we can get into the AI-driven type of operations to get up in the value chain. So the first one is becoming programmable and open, because the monolithic world of yesterday will not anymore fit into the future of autonomous networks. So networks needs to be open, programmable, can be plugged into whatever service is required. So the first part of the pillars is becoming programmable and open. Second is becoming service-centric. There were days where we were selling what's on the truck, right? So telcos were selling SMSs, data, voice, whatever is on the truck. But those days are gone. If we want to go up in the value chain, then probably we need to become service-aware with capability to on-the-fly provision and commission services that would become relevant to the upper layers of the business. Third is closed-loop automation. What do I mean by closed-loop automation? Networks, in order to operate, has two main legs. One of them is around assuring the network, meaning that we need to monitor the performance of the network, avoid congestions. If there is something going down, we need to bring it up. And there is the service orchestration and fulfillment side of it, where we are provisioning and fulfilling services for our end customers. Those two worlds has for long stayed separate. But in order to become autonomous, we need to bring them together, and we need them to talk together. So the assurance would drive new orchestrations, and orchestrations would probe and look at assurances for managing SLAs, for example, like slicing. So without this closed-loop automation, we cannot move ahead into the world of autonomous networks. Third is augmented intelligence, and here where AI comes in. So you cannot drive the network to become autonomous without having an AI and a machine learning that is all the time monitoring your services and your performance, predicting what will happen in the future, and triggering actions in a closed-loop fashion in order to prevent or create what is required by the network. Finally is intent-based policies. So, in order to make the network obey what we command it for, it has been a tedious task, going across multiple domains, getting domain experts configure on their own what is required. However, we need to bridge the gap between the business demand and the complexity of the underlying network by a layer that would understand the intent from the business and on its own translate that into the commands and the low-level, configurations that needs to go to the network side. And that's going to be touching a little bit on the Gen AI, a translation of the intent into what the network should be doing by command. So those are the pillars and the key principles of where we go into autonomous networks. Again, are these Nokias? No, in fact, from my next slide, this is the TM Forum, what we say, framework for autonomous networks. So TM Forum has defined like a sort of levels just to understand or categorize where every CSP stands in order to move from level 0, where there is everything being done manual and everything from operations are being done manual, up to level 5 where there is a full autonomous network. And in between, those are the steps that we go forward with. So first one is with assisted operations. So you start doing some repetitive tasks, automation using AI. Then partial autonomous operations where closed loop starts to appear. Then conditional autonomous operations. So the intent and the Gen AI starts to become here obvious. Then high autonomous operations and full autonomous operations where the full end-to-end cycle of the service is being managed in an autonomous way. May I ask, where do you think most of the CSPs worldwide, it's not only about Africa, but worldwide, where do you think the CSPs fall, most of the CSPs fall today? Just raise hands if you think it's 4 to 5. Okay, no one thinks it's 4 to 5. If you think it's 1 to 2. Yeah, I start seeing hands here. If you think it's 3 to 4. Yeah, good. I think the community is well aware of what's happening. So most of the CSPs are actually stuck at level 2, at partial autonomous operations. And in order to proceed further, there is a lot of efforts required with the help of AI and Gen AI. So from level 2 onwards, it requires your support. It's a call for support. And what I'm going to be, heading for is revealing some of the areas just to inspire you to think of use cases and to support on delivering use cases that would help move from level 2 onwards. So these are the components of our network, be it core, RAN, transport, user equipment, fixed access, orchestration, and management. And in every domain, there is a play for AI to help automate and become an autonomous domain on its own first before we say an autonomous network. So there are a set of use cases that can intersect multiple domains. So for example, if I start with energy saving and efficiency, I think I have seen some of the streaming of some of the students 10 days back talking about energy efficiency, which is a very critical topic, by the way. So it touches RAN, it touches core, because with AI, you could start powering off and powering on the systems based on need, and just not leaving them on all the time. Next is on network optimization and maintenance. So probably with algorithms, you could start predicting problems. So time series auto forecast type of thing, where you foresee traffic increases and where you foresee potential churn or potential failures on certain network elements. Areas like orchestration and management, so intent-based driven type of orchestration. Those are the type of things and areas where we probably will need your help to intervene and try to figure out some use cases that would help. In the next 2 slides, I'm going to be getting some of the market surveys that has been done by TM Forum, Analysis Mason, on where do we stand as telcos. So AI adoption is picking up. So this is a TM Forum survey done like for more than 100 CSPs. You could see that 55% are doing good progress with AI/ML today. The challenges lie into the data and vectorizing those data sets in order to be consumable by the AI algorithms. So challenges around data is one of the biggest topics that telco providers are talking about. But the most important part is about people. There is scarcity of people who can, specialists and skilled people who work on AI. And I think that was what we have been addressing so far in the opening of this event. So this is our new job creation exercise. We need to focus on more and more people with skills on AI and ML, because telcos will need your support on that one more than ever. This is the future of the networks being autonomous, and we have to embark on that journey. The next slide is more about Gen AI and where does it stand today. So 57% of the operators are saying that this is going to be very, very impactful in 1 to 2 years. But today they have started already Gen AI journey, and they have a strategy there. Privacy and security is one of the challenges that they see against that one. But how does Gen AI really help? Is it a replacement of the AI, or is it an add-on? So in reality, Gen AI is a coexistence story to AI. So if I give an example, in a security operations center, the security operations center would detect anomalies and potential attacks by correlating data from the various network elements to pinpoint an attack that has come to the network. But with Gen AI, a security expert or analyst would text the security operations center and tell him, what are the recommended actions for this attack? How can I prevent it from prevailing? What is the dwell time? And the operations center would reply to him. So in that sense, AI/ML will still coexist with Gen AI. AI/ML is more about machine-to-machine thing. And Gen AI will help to reduce the requirement and the pressure on the skill sets of people operating the network side. So those examples are coming from real products. Those are not science fiction thing. These are real products that we have in Nokia. So the two will sit side by side, and every telco will have his own strategy around AI/ML/Gen AI. In Nokia, we believe that networks needs to sense, think, and act. Sense, think, and act. We're bringing networks to life. So sense, meaning that we acquire the data, we correlate it with unified inventories. So telco data vectorization are the areas where AI/ML can help. Synthetic data creation is where AI/ML can help, with Gen AI can help. On top is think, where LLM farms are being used, trained on telco data, telco-specific data, in order to help produce information that are relevant to the network side, with prompt hallucinations, fine-tuning, and training of those models. And act, meaning that you could start talking to the network, asking for dashboards and reports, and asking the network to analyze those reports and tell you if there is an anomaly and how to act on it. On act, you could start taking English in with business intent, translated into configuration files that would go to the network and make it work. So we believe that with AI, Gen AI, the networks will be moving from dump networks to live networks to autonomous networks that can work on their own. With that, I think I have tried to answer your question, Dr. Benjamin. Will the time come when we see networks operate on their own in an autonomous fashion or not? Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rami, for that highly technical and highly engaging presentation. Really do appreciate it. Of course, answering that question, AI forging the path towards autonomous networks and how it should be done. All right, just some house announcements, as it were. I think I forgot my paper, actually, Pushka, on the table. I'm sure by now you know that we have this highly fast, sophisticated Wi-Fi. It is the OpenServe FTTR, if I remember correctly. Please just go on it and download it. It will help you throughout the conference. Thank you so much, OpenServe, for that. And of course, we know it's hot in here, right? Yeah, the lights notwithstanding. They are trying to fix the problem, and as soon as we find a solution, we will get help. Thank you so much for your patience, though. I'd like now to call our next speaker, and he will be speaking about broadband, the ESG of AI. So I look forward to that. And I'd like to call on the podium Kagiso Modise, and he is the Executive Broadband Technology and NMS Executive for OpenServe. Kagiso is a seasoned and innovative technology leader with 19 years experience in managing large-scale business and technology projects, ICT operations, and delivering customer and commercial value by seamless adapting to ever-changing business priorities, market and customer context. His experience spans various portfolios in the IT and communications industry, and he's occupied roles in operations, strategy, architecture, and innovation roles of applications and infrastructure in the telecoms service provider landscape. He's also passionate about using technology to transform lives and organizations by connecting the unconnected and bridging the digital divide. Kagiso is a firm believer in building sustainable ecosystems that enable growth for individuals, businesses, and the communities to attain economic growth. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Mr. Modise. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good day, everyone. It is an honor and a privilege to be here on behalf of my organization, OpenServe, the Green Company, and thank you to our CEOs and the chair who are in our midst, not necessarily here. Today I'd like to talk to you about the ESG of AI. It's about sustainability. In this next 20 minutes, I'd just like to take you through who we are as an organization. Why ESG? Why do we need to do this? Why AI? Where does AI and ESG come together? What are the challenges that we'll probably have to sort out? And what do we as an organization think? And ultimately, my hope is that at the end of the 30 minutes, I would have convinced you that intelligent sustainability is good business. I would have hoped that in my talk, I would have had Lebo here, because Lebo almost took all of my words together and said it in such a poetic way. So in an ideal world, as Prof was talking about multimodality, I would have taken Lebo as the creative in the family, Prof as the computer scientist, and I will just be running the orchestra. But as OpenServe, we pride ourselves in being an open access network because we want to serve everyone in a fair and equitable way. We serve 8 million premises, households in our country because we want to make a difference. We have a very pervasive network that covers the entire country, 170,000 kilometers. In order to do this, we have lots of buildings that we need to look after. That's why sustainability is such an important part of what we do and how to think about the way we do operations. Besides that, we need to ensure that we cover all of our municipalities because we have an obligation to make sure we connect the unconnected. And that happens by us making sure our communities are connected. We have technicians and customers, and the problem that we also have is that there's a lot of networking, and there's this networking that needs to be AI'd, and we have a lot of power, and we need to find a way of making sure we run our business sustainably. So, why ESG? Ultimately, computing is about the intersection of the physics, we are all matter, human, and all of the information that we currently have. We have resources that we need to keep at bay, or else the resources are going to run out. And that is why it's important for us to find that happy medium. Sirame called it the butterfly today. We need to get to that butterfly. So today, I'd like to engage us on the fusion of human, the physical, as well as information, and getting us to a place where, as a community, as the world, we are able to get to a place where we get the benefits of AI from a sustainability perspective. So, where did this ESG come from? The glaciers were starting to melt. Everybody was complaining that the house is getting hot, not necessarily this one, but the bigger house that we are living in. And the UN was getting worried, and they had a climate summit, and they said we need to put a stake in the ground. Took a while. Long story short, we ended up with the Paris Agreement in 2015 that said we need to work together towards ensuring that we have very minimal increase in temperature, so that we can be able to have a world to live in, operate in, and make money in. So this resulted in the target for us to be able to go net zero by 2050 and carbon neutral in 2030. But there's a problem. Some of these things require money. And as such, the UN, as part of figuring out what it is that they need to do, went and engaged all of the people in finance, and the people in finance said, okay, maybe we must start finding a way of communicating the benefits of managing this global warming thing into the markets. And that is where the term ESG was coined. But ultimately, the belief is that inclusion of social, environmental, and corporate governance in factors of decision-making will result in predictable markets, because we'll have a world we can live in, and we'll hopefully be able to make more money, not till perpetuity though. So, with that, ESG is a framework to help us get to this place of running businesses sustainably. It touches on multiple aspects. It is about how do we make sure that environmentally we address the challenges that manage heating and global warming. How do we create social models that get everyone included and drive progress and reduces inequality? In business models and governance, is about how do we ensure that our business models are right, we are governing properly, and we also look after the people that are working for us. But does it just end there with ESG and organization? And the answer is no. Ultimately, ESG needs to align with what we want to achieve with the impact we have on our communities. As part of the 2030 sustainability agenda, we have 17 sustainable development goals that the world has subscribed to in order for us to get to a place where we ensure we eradicate poverty, we minimize inequality, and we also look after the world that we find ourselves in. So, we have to make this place that we live in sustainable. But we can't do it by ourselves. I mean, ever since the beginning, even in Greek mythology, we've always had humans wanting to ensure that we have machines that do things better than us. Because somehow, as part of a signed conversation with Prof, ultimately it's going to be a case of whatever we do, if you can train the right, the machine will do whatever task it is better than a human will do. So you're always looking forward to having a machine do something on our behalf. It might be laziness, it might be efficiency. We need to find a way of getting to the place where us and robots live together. And way, way long ago in Greek, 1700 BC or so, there's tales being told of Telos, which is a robot that was believed to have been created to protect the island of Crete. And it would walk around, and when it felt like there was danger, it would try throw stones at the people that were intruding. If not, it would then find you and take you out by crunching you and bending you up. But this, in essence, talks to us as humans wanting to have things happen on our behalf and happen intelligently. Then in the 1950s, as Prof had intended, there was this wise mathematician, and he started wanting to see how we can make machines intelligent. Fast-tracked into the 21st century, here we're talking about Gen AI, machine learning, and all of those fancy things. Why is this important? There's multiple stages of this intelligence. For some people, we are at this infancy where, if X, then Y. And then for other people, it's where you have some intelligence that's context aware. It's going to remember who you are and do things on your behalf. And eventually we get to a place where we are now having Gen AI that is able to create text, etc. And the place where we always fear is that singularity where we have my favorite character in Marvel, who had to be destroyed because the supreme intelligence was starting to take over the world. So Captain Marvel had to sort them out. But that is the stories that we have that make us uncomfortable about this AI thing. But ultimately, there is a place for both. There is the intersection of what we want to do from a sustainability perspective with AI. And in all pillars of ESG, talking to environmental, social, and governance. There is value in AI, in energy, in waste management, in addressing our climate issues. There is value in AI in our employment and our workspaces and in our community. And there's value in AI in managing the impact that we could have to the world. And there is value in our corporate governance and regulatory. And we have spoken about portions of this in terms of how do we not let the AI take over us. But that's not what I want to focus about today. Today I want to focus on with AI and our hope to make this place a better place for us to live in. AI plays a role in each of the aspects of sustainable development and our sustainable development goals. In health, diagnosing patients, there's always a shortage of doctors and there's certain tasks that can be automated. And AI plays a role in that place. Not only that, when you have a body of knowledge that can be provided, this AI, it can be customized to make sure it solves health problems. The same applies to education, which Sirame had talked to. Climate action, as well as affordable energy. So, not just that, but we also have cities that we need to look after. How is AI helping us to ensure that we find the balance in cities and optimize the resources that are being used in cities so that we can have sustainable cities that we live in. Managing natural disasters, hunger, as well as clean water and sanitation. anybody from Joburg would want to have that addressed, because it's not nice to not have water every 3 months. But the scarcity of water leads us to have to ensure that we address portions of the water sanitation as well as clean water availability for everyone. But in AI helping us to get to address these problems, what is our challenges? Machines are not as intelligent as humans. Humans always find the path of shortest resistance. Machines have to compute everything. And if you look at over the past few years, even though there's been growth in computing, in most cases that growth has been flat because we have been able to optimize that growth over time. But the dawn of AI is resulting in a surge in energy demand, which we have no idea how to deal with at this point in time, which needs to be dealt with in 2 phases, both finding AI models that are much more efficient and light, as well as managing this demand for energy. Some of the hyperscalers are already starting to look at how can they start investing in nuclear energy in order to address this demand for power. The truth is, for a long time, we've been in a place where when we did a Google search, it used to consume 0.3 watt hours. And now when you do a ChatGPT search, it consumes 3 watt hours. That's 10 times more. As we continue to create more and more use cases that requires AI, it means we are increasing and most probably going to have to find a way to address these power issues. This problem is not just the world's problem. We at OpenServe, since we run a network that has these demands, have this challenge that we need to deal with in order to ensure that we run a sustainable business and we keep our energy demand in check. And how do we achieve this? We achieve this by ensuring we have AI facilitating and enabling us to optimize cooling, predict maintenance, enable predictive maintenance, automate the way we do things, automate the way we secure things, and over and above just that, when we've done the, I almost say, the housekeeping, we need to ensure that we have sources of energy that is renewable. And AI helps us be able to find a way to integrate renewable energy into our energy mix and find the balance between what is risk in terms of energy availability versus the best energy use at a point in time. Over and above that, we need AI to crunch data in order to facilitate our ability to detect as well as resolve all of the incidences in our network. This talks to network automation and autonomous network. And as our previous speaker had said, we are mostly at that phase where we haven't gotten to 4 and 5 yet, but we're slightly progressing towards there. But there's the opportunity of AI in digital twins, where we have buildings and societies that can be modeled and given personas in order for them to get to a point where they can help us understand how we can best solve some of the data issues that we have with our operations. The second challenge is the way we work. It is true that AI is going to change the way we do work, and in certain cases, some people say it might just be the future of no work. But AI is changing the way we work, and we at OpenServe embrace that, not just in the way it displaces certain jobs that we're traditionally comfortable with, but also in the transformation of the way we go about doing business. We believe that there's an opportunity for AI to augment our existing workforce. There's an opportunity for us as an organization to continually skill our people and transform our people in order to be able to work in conjunction with AI. And some of the small steps that we are going about doing this is by changing the way we do business with our customers and changing the way we go about doing operations. And portions of this includes our OpenServe Connect app, which talks to us as an open access network operator, engaging with our customers directly as part of optimizing the way we serve them, as well as the way we are able to understand and resolve their issues. The second one is our tech app, which enables our technicians to work with computing in order to solve customer problems, with the benefits of solving customer problems quickly, ensuring that we are able to guarantee and fix customer problems, and not just that, but have them be able to interact with the technician in a real-time manner. Our ambition is to redefine the way we do connectivity. Ultimately, in the market that we find ourselves in, whatever we do needs to be digitally enabled. It needs to be able to meet the demands of the AI-connected era, and it also needs to be available. It needs to be available to all so that our country can get the benefit of this connectivity. And we believe that by having AI enable us to sustainably run our operations, we will be able to meet this objective. In closing, over this journey of AI and sustainability in our organization, we have been acknowledged in multiple spheres of our business for the success that we have achieved. And this success ranges from the way we treat our people, the way our customers perceive us with regards to our network, our innovation, as well as the sustainability of our network and the way we contribute towards the environmental friendliness of our operation. And this helps us and makes us believe that with the computing and AI and a good business model, there is no reason why sustainability with AI is not good business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Of course, touching there importantly, Mr. Modise, on the intersection between AI and those crucial ESG pillars of environment, social, and governance, and how, essentially, if you look at the theme, hyperconnectivity in action can potentially have, I would say, as he's also indicated, sustained value in shaping the future across all sectors. Thank you so much. We really do appreciate it. All right, so our next speaker, esteemed delegates, is Mr. Amit Sharma, Executive Product Manager, Carrier Cloud and IT Southern Africa region for Huawei. His topic will center around AI enabling carriers stride towards the intelligent world. Mr. Sharma, if you may, let me just inform our delegates who you are. Amit is a techno-commercial executive with plus minus 20 years of experience in technology transformation and applying it in the business environment. He's got expertise in cloud, AI, network automation, analytics, and OTT, and has experience of working in 35 plus countries with expertise in the ICT, consulting, solution design, and product management. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor for me to be part of this summit again, and thanks for giving the opportunity. Before I start, I started participating in SATNAC last year, and we have talked on AI, which is augmented AI last year, which was a broader portfolio where we understood about the challenges and the opportunities of AI. This year is further deep, and we can see like it is hyper-connected future. And when we talk about hyper-connected, connectivity is very important. So based on that viewpoint, we decided to select this topic, which is how AI enables carrier strides toward the intelligent world. And in this session, I will be covering three broad topics. One is what is happening in the AI industry. And this is basically to cover the journey of AI and what new technologies are in place and how we can adopt that into our domain. This domain could be telecommunication and other domain as well. And then a brief information about what is happening in telecommunication world, what different companies are doing. And then we'll move toward Huawei AI strategy and what solution we bring to telecommunications and as well as to the industry. Moving forward, AI is not new. As you know, like in last 50, 60 years, we were using various statistical measures to take decision. It could be like precision-based regression models, or it could be like, logistic regressions to take decision yes or no, positive, negative, those kind of things. However, 50 years back, or maybe 30 years back, when we see like artificial intelligence, it was a computer which was taking decision based on the predefined rules. And as it was predefined rules, there was no scope of getting the information back into the systems and doing the adoptions. And we can see like various robotics or chess or maybe automation in the industry. Those were the kind of scenarios which we implemented 30 to 40 years back. But after 2000, mainly after 2000, we saw that the computing power increased, data also increased. And keeping that in view, various machine learning model got developed. We also did some innovations in deep learning. And then after that started applying into the industry. This was the time when on a network side, we started doing intrusion detection, malware detections, and doing corrective actions for that. Checking the traffic inside, how the growth is happening, how different hardware failure can be predicted, and those things we did. We also saw like video surveillance, facial recognition, recommendations. These all systems came into play by 2020. But after that, starting from 2016 and 17, especially when GAN model started, developing and they reached to an advanced level where we did a reinforcement learning into GAN and also transfer model came. At that time, there were two major things which happened. One is that understanding the intent and then understanding the complete context. It's not just about predicting the words, but understanding the whole scenarios in view and then taking decisions based on that. This was a very important innovation which happened into that era, and that is the reason in third wave you can see like text to image, text to video, video to text, and there are a lot of innovations regarding that came into existence. Diffusion algorithm is also very important, and I will talk more on it on upcoming slides. But now we are moving from third wave to fourth wave. Fourth wave is futuristic. I don't know when it is going to happen. I think it should be at least 10 years. But still, this is what we all are looking for, which is like computers are taking decision based on, if you compare with human, almost same, or even more than that as well. So what human thought about doing is what computer can do, is what the vision of the artificial intelligence is. Now moving forward, if you see here, there are some innovations into into these video images, and this happened because of deep learning as well as diffusion algorithm. So it looks easy, however it's very tough, but if you see deep into it, it creates an industry in itself. So if you see marketing, advertisement, earlier it was you need to put a huge budget for doing those marketing and advertisement initiatives. But with this, you can create a virtual human, you can create a virtual video, you can set the background, you can decide like whether you want to shoot this in, in glaciers or in deserts or anywhere, just by using AI. This is a major development which happened because of stable diffusion algorithms, which diffuses the data and creates the image exactly same as the natural human beings. There are some other advancement also happened, like large model for terminal personalized, and you can have a terminal and you can ask various questions to terminal and it will reply back. In the same way, driverless assistant is also quite popular, and we have seen in developed market wherein the delivery is happening using this driverless cars and driverless drones as well. So this is again a hyperconnectivity example. But as we talk about the telecommunication companies, I would like to focus on what various telecom big players are doing. I hidden the name, but definitely this is from European region, this is also from Asian region, and this is also from African region. So basically a carrier T, which is saying that they wanted to develop AI in all scenarios, and they wanted to develop a telecom foundation model for IP and HBB. So the crux is that they wanted to develop a foundation model. If you see carrier O, then they are working on making the network more intelligent, which is improving operation efficiency. So this is another one direction, wherein building AI application for network is one of the things which is happening in the telecommunication industry. Carrier C, which is mainly focusing on operation and maintenance, and they are also innovating solutions which they can be derived to generate more revenue. If you see carrier V, then they are working on developing again large models for IP and networks. They have a PACE strategy, and their goal is to be an AI-driven organization with zero-touch operation. So operation efficiency improvement. And the last one, which is Carrier A, which is saying that AI is wisely used in 5G user acquisitions and user behavior identifications, and they want to leverage AI to enable high-level automations and decision-making. So broadly speaking, AI in telecommunication is working on an area where you can enhance the performance, you can know more about your network, and as you know more about the network, your operation efficiency increases, total cost of operation decreases. This is one direction. Other one is how you can do a monetization of the network. So that is also a direction where you understand more about your customers, more about your network, and you innovate new solutions around it. Building a model for the telecommunication is also one of the area where telecommunication industry and players are investing. But more than that, we have seen that, especially in the China market, almost all three carriers has developed a large model, and they have offered that large model to the industry. So by doing so, they are actually doing AI enablement for the industry. So when we talk about any large language model, they are good in sharing a generalized information. But when it comes to applying it into an industry segment, the specialization skills are lacking. For example, let's suppose you are into a medical field and you wanted to do some drug discovery, or maybe you wanted to identify the nature of some disease to find the genuine, sequencing and various other things related to that particular domain. Now, on a general speaking, large language model can help you to give a holistic understanding, but if you want to do the research, then definitely specialization is needed, and that is what Huawei approach is. Huawei is working on the AI with building a foundation model, and those foundation models are specific to the industries, and I'll be sharing more details in upcoming slides. Now, coming to what is AI strategy for Huawei. So broadly speaking, we have 4 strategies. One strategy is that we build a large model, and Pangu 3.0 is our large models. We are going to upgrade it this year to Pangu 5.0. And you can see right from L0, L1, L2, which is a foundation model which provide capabilities of various AI technologies like supervised learning, unsupervised learning, deep learning, neural networks, and computer visions, and various other technologies as well, and bringing you a component of the AI which you can just use, plug and play, is what we are doing. So we have developed it like L0, L1, and L2, wherein we have enabled various knowledge from the industry as well in this. The second thing is AI for telecommunications. So we have built a Telkom foundation model. We are further improving it. So this is our second approach. The third one is AI for consumer. And as part of it, as we are also a manufacturer of mobile phones and the operating system in it. So on the operating system side, we are transferring or maybe evolving it from to AI native operating system. And then also bringing various AI-related features into the phones. We also are doing innovations in AI for vehicles, and we did this tie-up with one of the equipment manufacturers. And if you go to China, there is a car named as i2, AITO, and the AI enablement as well as the intelligent enablement belongs to Huawei, and the manufacturing part belongs to that company. And with that, we manufactured this car. So we have, various advancement which we are doing on this area as well. Now, moving forward, what technology capabilities we bring? If you see, like, this is the complete stack of artificial intelligence. It starts from the hardware layer, which comprises of cloud infrastructure, devices, edge devices, and then you have architecture which extract the power of your hardware, and then it provide it to artificial intelligence-based application. We also have an AI framework, which is Mindspore, and we also provide integrations with TensorFlow as well as PyTorch. And on top of it, application enablement, we have Model Art platform, and that brings you capability to connect to L0 and L1 based on APIs, and then you can do your development by themselves. So if you want to train a model, you can use this particular Model Art framework, and if you want a pre-trained model, then that is also the possibility available here. On top of it, various industry solutions were developed, like smart city, manufacturing, energy, transportation, finance, career-related solutions, education-related solutions, and various other solutions on top of this model. So for developing those solutions, basically, we collaborate with the industry, and then we get the data from there. We sit with the industry experts, and it takes a good amount of time, many years actually, to develop those models. So we have 10 models which we have developed based on it. Now, moving forward, if you compare it with the external world, Western world and Eastern world, so you can see, like, from the hardware side, we have Ascent series. This is AI chip, which is enabled by Huawei. Then we have CAN-based architecture. This is a computing architecture. Then we have AI framework, which is Mindspore. And then we also have an application enablement, which is Model Art platform, which provides an interface based on APIs to integrate with L0 and L1, and then start doing your development. Then we have a Pangu model, which is large model. We have 10 different models which we have developed in the industry. And then there are various AI applications which we developed on top of it. Moving forward, if you see, like, this is, again, L0, L1, and L2, and you can see, like, at L0 is the foundation layer. And in foundation layer, various algorithms or various technology related to AI is available there, right from scientific computing to prediction based on machine learning, deep learning, neural networks, and various other things as well. On top of it, L1, which is a trained model as per the industry, and you can see, like, Pangu model for weather forecasting, mining industry, for finance industries, government, these were developed on top of it. And on top of it, then again, a small use cases developing based on the industry. For example, let's suppose there is a financial model, large model, and you want to apply it into a multiple financial industry, and you want to develop a specific component to solve basic problems of that industry. So those are those specific models, which is L2, which is also available on the cloud platform, as well as on the AI platform. Moving forward, what we offer for the telecommunication and to the industry. We developed this code art platform. This is a life cycle for a development, right from code generation, code check, code test, code deploy. And we are using this platform for in-house development as well, and it supports more than 20 languages. And this is also available on Huawei public cloud, and we have a community of more than 2 million developers on top of it. I will not go deep into it, but the important thing is this is also based on AI, and there are 8 different scenarios which you can use for AI generation. So you don't need to write your code right from the scratch. You can also ask this question to the model to generate a code for you, which is code generation. We also have R&D knowledge on it. You ask question, it will reply back on it. Unit test, case generation, explanation of the code, code comment, debugging, translations, code check. So these all things are available. So your development becomes very easy with these kind of models. Now specific for the telecommunication, there are 3 areas where we have solutions. One is on the customer experience enhancement, which is when your customer interacts with you, and if the experience is not good, then it can make or it can break actually. So from that scenarios, this artificial intelligence-based call center provide an interface for chatbot, voice bot, and video bots as well. And then based on that, the chatbot can be used for interaction with the customers. In case if chatbot is not able to solve the problem, then it's provide a swift movement to a silent agent, which is a physical agent. And then that agent can answer to the customer query. So to support that agent, then you have various knowledge base as well, so which means that he will get the support, online support from the AI platform to solve the problems. And on top of it, let's suppose this agent is not able to understand the query well or to respond the query well. Then in that scenarios, the AI will also keep on observing the communication which is happening between the two. It will do the sentiment analysis, and based on that, it will generate a service request and will assign it to the proper team so that you get the feedback from them and you feed that again into the model. So model retuning is also happening here in these scenarios. So with this, customer satisfaction increases, your cost also decreases, and you generate a new revenue stream. Now this you can offer to the industry. It's not just for telecommunication, but if you have a big subscriber base to know the complete user behavior in different domains, then definitely this can be applied in multiple industry segments as well. Now moving forward, this is precise marketing. Now, sometimes if you see when you move from one generation of technology to another, let's say from 4G to 5G or maybe 5G to 6G. So now when you move from one technology to another, you require a huge investment, and sometimes budget is a constraint. So you don't know how much your budget is, and if you have a limited budget, you wanted to identify the correct cell site or correct area where you should deploy it to get maximum value and to also monetize it. So keeping that in view, this is the platform which actually do the analysis of subscriber as well as the network to find and give you guidance so that you can do a precise planning as well as network optimizations. It also helps you to do the marketing. It analyzes the user consumption pattern, user behavior, and then help you to move this user from one particular services to another particular services. It also helps you to enhance the experience, and customer care and customer analysis also is done by this platform. Then coming to the network side, we have a network platform as well, which is used to increase the operation efficiency. And this is important from the point that when there is an outage happens in a network, let me give you a layman example. Let's suppose there is a fiber cut, and because of that fiber cut, let's suppose there are 20 different systems connected with each other, and all 20 will get alarmed. So those 20 teams will be activated to solve that alarm or solve that particular issue, and ideally they take a good amount of time to know what exactly the problem is, and by the time you know that this is because of the fiber cut, your customer experience got impacted. So this platform actually basically connect the chain of event to find that this is the father alarm and this is the child alarm, and this alarm is because of the fiber cut in this area. It do the analysis in real time to know that which technician is near to that area, what is the traffic situation there, and assign ticket to that particular technician so that the problem can be solved immediately. This is just one example, but there are many such examples wherein it is helping to increase the network performance, network reliabilities, fault identification and rectifications is what it is doing. Now, we also have a large model for weather forecasting, and basically we got this data from European organization for last 40 years data. And traditionally, this weather forecasting is done using a numerical method. So there are a lot of calculations involved into it, and there are a lot of integrations, and every integration brings a lot of errors as well. And that is the reason it is not so precise if you use a traditional model. So we use this model to get the data from European organization, which is European Center for Medium Range Weather Forecasting Systems. And then we check the pattern of the data, and based on the pattern of data, then we help to take the decisions on a very fast way and a very efficient way. So this is again one model based on the industry. Now coming to the summary section, like what we have and what we are doing in next 2 years. So in telecommunications, we have a large language model, and we are upgrading this model to the next release. And this model also have a development platform. And ultimately, by 2026, we will be doing resource efficiency with foundation model. So we are developing a foundation model, Telkom foundation model, based on this. On our network side, O&M efficiency, in this area also we have Autin platform. And that platform is already doing a lot of artificial intelligence-based work by suggesting proactively as well, like, the network traffic, congestions, and how to improve that. But in future, we will be developing a foundation model for that as well. Then the third area is related to customer experience enhancement. And in customer experience enhancement as well, we have that model. And that is a smart care platform. And as I explained you, like what exactly it can do. But the future is that we will be delivering that also into a large language model. On the 5G side as well, we have some innovations we are doing in 5G calling, and you must have seen here as well. So I will just briefly tell you the future of it. Like, we are doing a call generally using WhatsApp and those platforms. It's free as well. Its experience is also okay. But in future, 5G brings you a better bandwidth and less latency. And with that, you can have a better quality of experience when you do video calling. On top of it, if you're calling in English language and the other person understands the local language, then online conversion of that language translation is also into the pipeline. Then when you are talking this, you can also have a subtitle, so that will also help to enhance the experience. So these are the ways by which you can further increase your average revenue per subscribers, and this is what the innovation which we are doing. In China market, we have already done this, but in other markets, depending upon the information available in different languages, we'll be doing this innovation there as well. Now, summary. Basically, the slide is quite complex, but to summarize it, the lower part is the foundation capability of AI, which we have. End-to-end capability we have. On the left side, you can see like telecommunications. So for telecommunications, we have 4 offers. One is related to foundation model. And the second thing is enhancing the customer experience, solving the network-related issues, and then also doing identification and prediction, which is in a marketing area. AI for industry, we have done a lot of innovations here as well. So we have AI for government, and in that we have government affairs-based model. We have weather forecasting system. We have smart cities. We have done innovation in medical areas as well. So and then fraud detection, which can be used in financial industry. Cloud Drive, which is a very good solution to increase your revenue. And then video surveillance, again, this can be used for increasing the revenue in African continent. Recommendation engine, AI-assisted based call center, and various other such use cases is already developed on top of Huawei Pangu model. Before I end this presentation, I have one video. This is related to the use case of using this large model into one of the industry, and I would like to showcase that as well. Thank you.
AI is shaping every industry, and coal mining is shifting from automation to intelligence. So far, intelligence has been about AI taking over tasks that are repetitive, tedious, or even dangerous from humans. But in the future, it will be about using AI to build intelligent coal mining systems capable of intelligent sensing and decision-making. Working with Huawei, Jinan Holding Coal Industry Group is extensively exploring the use of AI in coal mining. At Sanyuan Coal Mine, intelligent monitoring of the main transport system has replaced the human inspection, accurately detecting anomalies on conveyor belts. Just a small crew is needed underground. Costs in production are minimized and output increased. At Wangjialing Coal Mine, an intelligent system monitors drivage operations and accurately detects operations that violate safety protocols. AI has become an important tool that ensures safe and compliant mining operations. To lower the barrier to using AI in the coal mining industry, an R&D team consisting of mathematicians, algorithm experts, and industry experts from Huawei Cloud's AI division have developed the Pangu mining model, a model pre-trained using massive datasets on coal mines. It is a pipeline for developing AI algorithms on an industrial scale. For various coal mining scenarios, you only need to import massive unlabeled data for model pre-training, and the Pangu mining model performs unsupervised learning. One model can support over 1,000 sub-scenarios, covering drivage, equipment control, transport, ventilation, cleaning, and more areas, making it easier to adopt AI on a wider scale. Conventional AI models detect the unknown anomalies by learning from massive anomaly samples, whereas the Pangu model learns from massive normal samples plus a few abnormal samples through reinforcement learning, which enables it to detect all anomalies to ensure production safety. An architecture with Cloud Edge synergy ensures that samples are used only within the cooperation, protecting data security. Jinneng is actively working with partners such as Huawei, China University of Mining and Technology, and Huaxia Tianxin by utilizing the Pangu mining model and massive algorithms. They are planning to deploy AI to over 200 coal mines. We're setting AI standards for the entire coal mining industry, scaling AI adoption at over 4,300 coal mines and over 10,000 metal mines in China, and building an ecosystem for all scenario AI applications for mining operations.
Thank you very much. And we are I'm available at our booth as well, and if you have any question, we can have further discussion there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharma. Wow, wow, wow. I mean, I started taking notes, but then I decided, nope, I need to concentrate here because, and you mentioned it in your presentation, especially that last slide when you said it may look a little bit complex. And your presentation, I think, reminded me of just how it speaks to the art of appreciating and immersing oneself in the complexity. I think it was a slide by the GCEO earlier this morning where he said, how do we mobilize action, align stakeholders, and dance with complexity? It then reminded me of the statement by Oliver Holmes, for the simplicity on this side of complexity, I wouldn't give you a fig. But for the simplicity on the other side of complexity, for that I would give you anything I have. I mean, it just speaks to some of the work that we've seen here, years of data modeled into something that at the end of the day, when consumers have something at their disposal, it enables them, to do the work better. It's simple, it's understandable, but the appreciation of the work that actually goes behind the scenes in this room is phenomenal. Thank you so much for that presentation, and thank you so much to all our presenters thus far. Good news I have for you today. Lunch is served. We will take a break of about an hour. May I please kindly ask that you return as soon as that hour is up so that we can listen to 2 more speakers before we wrap up the formalities. Thank you so much. We're very excited to get to hear and see innovative ideas that will also look at some innovations, of course, that will help tackle some of the industry's most pressing challenges and make a meaningful impact in our society. But having said that, our speaker is already on the podium, and we'll waste no time but to introduce him. And of course, let's welcome Mr. Nitesh Singh, Managing Director and Lead Communications, Media and Technology at Accenture Africa. His topic of discussion is titled Reinvention in the Age of Generative AI, How Telcos Can Leverage General AI to Reinvent and Thrive. As it were, Mr. Singh, before you start, I need to talk a little bit about you. He brings 20 years of telecom expertise to the African sector. Nitesh has been a key player in advancing technology landscapes across the continent. He's played a pivotal role in the early development of M-Pesa in Kenya and has actively contributed to multiple programs with MTN in various countries, including Nigeria, Uganda, South Africa, Ivory Coast, Rwanda, etc., etc. Maintaining close collaboration, of course, with MTN and Vodacom across Africa, he specializes in providing network service benchmarking scores. Nitesh, thank you so much for your time. Can't wait for your presentation. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Nati, and thank you. Sure, thank you for coming. I know there was a big line up there, and it's really hot outside. Okay, so I'm going to start with why, right? So what I'm going to talk to you guys about today is, in Accenture, for the last 11 years, we've been obsessed with why businesses work, why they fail. And I'm going to share with you guys some statistics and some surveys we've done. And what we've figured out over the last few years is we've come up with a concept around organizations that are reinventors. I'm going to talk a bit about this today. And at the moment, it's a pivotal point. What we're seeing, with AI at the moment, it's disrupting everything. But you've got to start with, your why. What is your purpose? And these reinventing companies, there's three. There's a reinventing organization, there's an optimization organization, and there's a transformation organization. What we found is that these reinventing types of organizations, from a market cap perspective, revenue perspective, EBITDA perspective, their increases are something like 3 times more than the others. We've done 1,500 surveys this year with C-suite across the planet, at most of the biggest organizations out there. And we're going to talk a little bit about our concept of reinvention. So in Accenture, we call this total enterprise reinvention. And it's different to a typical transformation. So, you'll find a lot of telcos that will embark on, the typical BSS, or business support system transformations, or network transformations. 14 years ago, 13 years ago, that's kind of what would happen. What's happening now is you need to think of reinvention, not transformation so much. So it's definitely a game changer from what we're seeing. Now, another interesting component of an organization that follows a total enterprise reinvention type of methodology is it's led from the top. So the CEO, the C-suite, the chairperson, and the board are fully immersed in this type of change, and it's constant change. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. And I guess at the end of this, so there's lots of freely available material on Accenture's website. You guys can go check it out. But, immerse yourself into this concept of transformation and reinvention. And, we'll hopefully get to the end of this and you'll understand how important this is. So we started seeing, a lot of disruption over the last few years. I mean, if we look at AI and what's happening right now, with the different generative, organizations introducing generative methodologies out there, they are disrupting everything around us. And what we see is this is the next step of a reinvention organization. So the implementation of generative AI inside these processes, we feel is a game changer. I'm going to show you guys what this means. So bear with me for a little bit and we'll talk about what exactly this methodology is. I think, we are talking about, I think earlier, Some of the speakers spoke about hyper-connected consumers, etc. We're going to talk a little about the how. How does an organization do this? Why should you do this? So there's typically 5 imperatives that we'll go through just now, but what you can see, this is this year's statistics that we actually pulled. So this is about 1,500 odd surveys that we did. The optimizers, about 10% of them, they haven't really prioritized an enterprise type of reinvention, but there's still organizations that are doing this. Most organizations are in that transformers group. So they're taking steps to reinvent themselves, but they're not really building that capability inside the organization. So you think of launching new brands into the market, new products, new services. That's where a lot of organizations are kind of trapped. These reinventors are changing the game, right? We'll see what it takes to be an organization that reinvents itself. So, step 1 of a reinvention journey. So this is continuous. It's driven from the top, and reinvention is the strategy. You need to reinvent yourself, reinvent your processes. Typically what you'll see is processes, depending on what methodology you use, will actually change and augment that process, but we want to reinvent that entire process. Number 2 is quite critical. If you look at a lot of telecommunications organizations, financial services organizations, they've not got this concept of a digital core right. The digital core is pivotal for an organization that needs to reinvent itself. So in the era of cloud and AI and data, it's a pivotal architectural step that it's a no-brainer. You have to do it. Now, today you're trapped with, a lot of organizations are stuck with big, heavy legacy systems that don't allow them to expose the data out of them. They can't expose things in their online journeys. They can't expose things properly to their consumers. So that's kind of a big thing in terms of the architecture of this. Reinvention goes beyond basic benchmarks. It's thinking about the art of the possible. Typically you'll have KPIs, and most organizations will work towards a KPI. But in a reinvented organization, throws that out of the, and the rule book gets changed. And these organizations are thinking, well, what can I actually do here? What's the art of the possible here? Number 4 is a key one. Now, inside Accenture, we are 800,000 people worldwide. We follow this methodology for ourselves. When we present to the street, we talk about 360 value. We talk about business reinvention. Talent is a big one. All 800,000 people inside Accenture are trained on AI. Whoops. Okay. But I think it's quite important that we actually have a strategy for our staff to actually get trained on. So inside the company, we've been training our staff now for the past year. We have lots of certifications, exams that we go to. Every single person in the organization, 800,000 people, from our executives to our floor services, support teams, all get trained in terms of AI, blockchain, what are the latest methodologies out there. Let me just wait a bit until the next slide comes up. Did we have a power failure? Okay. So probably need a backup AI to fix this thing the next time. Okay, here we go. Thank you. All right. Number 5 is a key one. You find a lot of organizations today are siloed, right? I think most corporates, within their business units, they'll have their own stack, their own processes, their own technology, their own everything. And that doesn't work anymore. You've got to think about end-to-end processes with people in mind, data in mind. Your entire value chain needs to be constructed like that. The last point is quite important, and this is one where, it's not a once-off, like a typical transformation engagement. It's once-off, it's done. You get the organization implements some type of value chain process or technology or whatever the case is, and it's done. Reinventors constantly are changing the game. They're constantly thinking about sponsoring new events in the organization, plotting a new strategic initiative. So, this is quite an interesting wheel. You can actually go online and plot your company in here. And, you'll get different benchmarks and, I guess, score your company in terms of where you are. Now, at the center is the core, right? So this is what I was saying. That this is a no-brainer. You have to have a digital core. And you can see around that AI, security, cloud, platforms, and data. Now, we talk about it, but not a lot of organizations have got this right yet. We see, I think some of the speakers were speaking about autonomous networks and, you look at Open RAN and things like that, but everything needs to be connected, and that's the issue we have today. Without getting that digital core right, you can't get everything else right. Now, on the outside, you can see there's a wheel of, for finance and legal and sourcing and procurement and whatever the case is, but without that data at the center, you can't measure anything else. So you'll never be able to optimize your processes. So you've got to get that right. As a C-suite, you've got to make sure that the organization is moving in that direction. So where did this come from? So in 2013, we coined the digital business. So, where we've said every business is a digital business. And then every year we've been iterating over that. Then, in 2019, more research, we started seeing leaders and laggards, and the guys who were focusing on digital businesses, we started seeing 2 times revenue growth. A couple of years later, we looked at what we called compressed digital transformation, to trying to get your digital transformations done not in years, but in months or even shorter periods. A lot of organizations will go ahead and try to do these transformations. They span years, and they actually forget about the value. They forget why they're actually doing that. But the guys who actually compressed their transformation, we could see that they were getting 5 times revenue growth compared to the competition. Around 23 is where we saw these reinventors. So in the telco world, there's very few telcos with EBITDA around 50%. There's Bharti, there's Jio, Etisalat at 46%. But over the last few years, a lot of the telcos have been struggling to break over that 40% mark. The guys who are changing it are these reinventors, right? So they found something and they've started to, change the game a bit. Now, what we see going forward, generative AI is definitely, from our perspective, changing the game. Now, we've got to think about, well, what is it doing? And I think what's key here is, again, remember I said start with why. What is your why? Why would we do certain things? And I think a lot of, if I look at some of the generative AI world, I would guard you guys from going for use cases, but going for more value, right? So I think, you've got to be deeply thinking about value over just doing a typical use case. And that's kind of what these companies are doing now. So we definitely see generative AI. It's a key enabler for, reinvention. We've done quite a lot of these globally now, and we're starting to see that if you follow some of these rules, things are going to turn for you. So, lead with value. I think, most organizations forget about the value component. It's often, technology-driven in the telco world. And you forget, you've got a market that you've got to report to. So you've got to think of the value that you extract out of the organization. You've got to think about, is this going to give me value? And you've got to ask yourself hard questions as a C-suite team. Why am I actually doing this? Developing an AI-enabled secure digital core. So security is a big thing. You have to secure it. It's a no-brainer. Reinventing talent and new ways of working. So, the other component here is you will have cases where some of your internal teams, some AI components could take over some of those functions, but then you need to retrain them. Retrain your staff in new talent areas. We're doing that at the moment. Closing the gap on responsible AI. I think if you think about the empathy components and what's going into some of these AI engines and how to train them, you have to test these. There's a lot of these things going out into the market. And as an organization, your brand is linked, to responsibility as well. So you need to do, responsible testing, having responsible AI as part of your launch. And then constantly driving continuous reinvention. Make it part of your DNA. So if we look at, how can telcos actually, lead with value, right? So here it's about identifying, not just siloed use cases, but looking at things across the value chain. Again, be cautious if you're coming from a business organization that's very siloed. You've got to cut across that. You've got to have a view of processes across that. And what's the value these processes would give me across the organization? I think that's quite critical here. We spoke a little bit about the security perspective, and you have to have security at your core. Deep fakes are live. Our group CEO, there was a deep fake that happened with her a few months ago, where the deep fake was actually pretending to be her talking to our CFO, and we almost released money to them. Lots of money, millions and millions of dollars. So, with this world comes a new way of looking at security. So you got to be very careful, and it's happening here. We did facilitate some Bitcoin ransoms as well in South Africa. So, this world is scary, it's real. So make sure the CISO's in the room. I don't know if you're here, but you guys need to be deeply immersed in what's happening from a security perspective around these digital cores. So talent, I think this is it's a no-brainer, it's key, right? But I think to make this work, HR can't do HR that it's been doing for the last 20, 30 years. You have to understand your industry very well. You've got to understand the type of training and skill set your teams are going to require. And you've got to set a clear vision for how your leaders are going to work. I think, the talent component cannot be overlooked. And it's constantly changing at the C-suite. You need people to come talk to you, give you new ideas. You need your teams, the talent to be trained in different AI models, etc. So it's critical that we actually get this working. We spoke about responsible AI, but bias and security. Bias is a big one. If you play with a lot of the bots out there in the market today, you'll see there's bias in it, and you've got to train it to reject some of that bias. I remember a few weeks ago we were working on some bots, and we're finding the bots are actually more empathetic than actually contact center agents. So you're starting to see these things come out, but it's how they actually trained. So the reinvention, we've got to constantly do this, right? I think in the C-suite, it's up to the guys at the top, to constantly be asking hard questions about the organization's ability to adapt, to innovate, stay ahead of disruption. It was interesting. We always think about strategy. So I guess everyone has a strategy. Where it goes wrong is if something, where you require yourself to adapt, something goes wrong in your strategy. And I think that's where a lot of corporates are struggling. Sarami spoke earlier about the competitive index. And I think one of the areas that we need to get right in South Africa is the component of adapting. When things go wrong, we don't adapt well. I think, if you guys remember, was it 13, 14 years ago when the Springboks were on a downhill slide, we reinvented, or Rassi reinvented the entire team, and from Saru down, everything was changed. But they kind of used a similar methodology. And you've got to ask yourself the hard questions. The initial games you would lose, but then finally you would get it right. So I guess, so from an Accenture perspective, we seeing generative AI being quite a game changer, but I think a lot of organizations today haven't really reinvented themselves. And, if you're going to embark on these complex programs that a lot of the corporates are doing right now, you've got to think differently about them. To compete right now, you've got to make some big system changes, some process changes, technology changes. And we think, we do believe generative AI is a big component to play, but there's a building block now. You can't just go in and get a platform that you're just going to launch into your market, into the environment, without building the core properly. And if you get this right, I think you'll be up there with the reinventors that are winning in the market. So that's kind of what I wanted to talk to you guys about today. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Nitesh, of course, we're having our own situations here, and it's not AI. It is something else. I do have to apologize for the aircon situation, but I am told we are working on it, and we should have a plan B definitely by tomorrow morning. We will not be suffering under this adverse weather condition. But thank you so much. I think, Nitesh, there's so many things that you spoke about there, and I think I got a little bit of a fright when that door shut, because I was thinking about my own experience when somebody sent me a text message saying, oh, AI got you. And I didn't know what they were talking about. So when I opened the clip, it was a picture of myself, a video actually of me, presenting my news show, and it was me, it looked like me. My body wasn't altered, my face wasn't altered, but I was saying something completely different. And so I got to learn later on that it is something called deep fake, or something other than that. But just to drive the point home in terms of what you're saying, when we look and think about reinventing our businesses and looking at the why of work and why we do the things that we do, securing your digital core is very vital and very important, as Nitesh has been saying. And as I said, I too have been a victim, so cannot be too careful. All right, let's move along. We are now going to our last speaker. Bear with me, please. I did tell you that it was not a technological issue this time around. All right, there we go. Okay, saving the best for last. So, joining us on the podium with a very compelling topic, what ethics to ensure shared progress is a dystopian world. What ethics to ensure shared progress in a dystopian world? And on the stage is the director and CTO at ZTE Group, Emmanuel de la Gaudet. Joins us now. I did try, Emmanuel. I actually wanted to introduce you in the French way, but I ended up just, going back to the South African English way. But thank you so much for your presence. This is not Emmanuel's first presentation at SATNAC, so we're very, very happy to have him. SATNAC, we're very, very happy to have him back. And for those that don't know him, Emmanuel joined ZTE at the beginning of 2011 after 20 years in international IT companies such as Sun Microsystems, Oracle, and Anderson Consulting, where he held managing and engineering positions. Prior to the position at the ZTE CTO Group, he used to be the head of the cloud computing department at ZTE and R&D Institute Europe. He leads actions of evolution of ZTE cloud products to match European markets and the research collaboration programs between ZTE and R&D and the major European operators. And I am told that you have to be listening very closely to this particular address. Enjoy. Thank you. Emmanuel.
So, thank you for this introduction. And my only conclusion is time to retire. Okay, so this is the title of my presentation today, and I want to insist on dystopian world because we're talking about a lot of technology, and we saw in many films what technology can go in any direction to create new and predictable worlds. So right now, I want just to mention something which is not in my bio. I'm French. That's an important topic for those who doesn't know, because French have a lot of quality. We are systematically contrarian. We never do what we expect to do. And as everyone knows, we are not big worker at all. And we have a proverb in France to say that smart guys are lazy. So instead to do this kind of presentation, Yes. So I asked to iGPT, which is our internal ZT GPT generative stuff, to say, what are they going to say? So I just enter a very simple question to my system. Okay, what is hyperconnectivity? So the system automatically thinks about a lot of things, very, very interesting, too much complex for me. But that's helped a lot of people to create some contained. Instead to be creative, they use that. So the question now is really, and a lot of people during the different session today raise the point about what the distance to have with artificial intelligence. So what is the hyperconnectivity? We know the connectivity, and we are telecom manufacturers, so we participate about this connectivity story. But we have now new generation of very advanced wearable. You have connected glass, everything connected. We are connected the house, the cities, the transport. We are now able to connect directly your phone in non-terrestrial network to the satellite. And also some of new electronic device, like could be directly inserted into your body. We have glass tag, and this is Neuralink, so the product for another very famous South African guy, Elon Musk. So you see, hyperconnectivity is something very important. So about 20 years ago, I was the chief architect of a sensor network based on RFID. And I use very frequently this cartoon. Look at the date, 2K6. And that's the danger. This guy is reasonable. This one already sold his soul to the devil. So hyperconnectivity we can summarize by an ultimate state in terms of communication to anyone, anywhere, anytime, through any channel, between people and people, people and machine, or people to data, and sometimes data to people. So let's go back. Now, we mentioned many times, does the AI have an impact on this new evolution of telco or technology in general? Because we have tremendous new miniaturization of electronics to be able to do AI in a very teeny chipset, not a big data center, no, other things. We are now training data, every electric data available to train to invent new models. And also we are trying to do that. But my real question right now is, what's the impact on telecom? So I'm going to start a new part of my presentation, which I like a lot because I have the impression to become a professor. For all very bad student is very, very, very satisfying me. So let's talk about principle of telecommunication. So I think you have the broadcast. Everybody knows the broadcast. One guy talk to anyone. I don't care you listen to me, I talk to you. So the things have been highlighted by Marconi, inventing the ancestor of telecommunication. And also, we copy that in France because from the Eiffel Tower, initially created for the Universal Exposition, have been planned to be dismantled, but have been saved because he said, oh, this big iron stuff in the middle of Paris could be a very good antenna. And it became, and that's saved. And that's why now we still have this tremendous monument inside of Paris. So it's broadcast. So what we get also is the fact that it's, for definition, not driven communication. I highlight these keywords, which is, remember, I'm lazy, so I'm copy that from the title, driven communication. So this one is definitively not smart. So you have the unicast. So unicast is not exactly the opposite. It's the idea that I want to talk to only one in this assembly. So the problem is how to find the destination. This is the main problem in any unicast protocol. So in this case, we know that we need some elements, some protocols, some help, some directory, some whatever to guide this communication. So this communication need to be driven. You listen, the AI is knocking the door. Ding, 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 ding. Okay, so we can imagine the communication like a line pipe. If I've got the number of the pipe, and the guys listen to me. Or you maybe put a system based on the communication. I put the destination directly on the packet, like my letters, on our segment routing system, or even SRv6, which is all the things are stuck to the internet packet. In this kind of communication, we can talk, or except talk about the web, internet, with Sir Berners-Lee, the searcher from the CERN in the border between France and Switzerland. We have a problem to structure a lot of data and how to access it. So he get the idea to have a language, universal language, to describe every data on multimedia and to bind into an IP networks. And he create the World Wide Web. So inside the World Wide Web, you have two elements of the destination, which is, or the communication is. He said the problem how to go, HTTP protocol, and how to get HTML. But we still not know where to find the problem. So here, you have some information regarding, sorry, we get, okay. Yeah. We get in the web this idea how to find the right address. So once again, and I've been kindly reminded, I'm a very old guy, and I spent the internet bubble from the California point of view. And you know, we invent at the beginning things like, all those on you knows the Craigslist, just HTML page with direct link. Or the portal from, for example, this one was American Online, access company who provides some portal with some direct link to somebody. So after, you know, there's a first revolution with Yahoo, which is a mix of search engine and a lot of advertising application, and create a huge success. And started the golden age of search engine. Alta Vista. Alta Vista was a great company because it succeeded to create a cluster of servers to be more powerful in a kind of cloud mode to index the content of the world. But the problem is, when you hit something, you have maybe 1 million answers. And Alta Vista was very good to do that, very rapidly. Or it spent 1 month to index the known internet at this age. But at 1 month of duration, you can have access on everything. But on 1 million of answers, what is the good one? You're not going to follow all the million of links. So here happened the problem about the complexity of the net. So I look at the numbers recently, just before the conference. Right now, internet, it's about 500 million name point, name identity numeric available on the internet. So with this name, you can access them. And they access from something that 20 billion connected user. I mean connected element on internet, not in general. So that means that they have a traditional protocol to access it. So we have some element to say that it will evolve to 40 billion for this decade, but it's still not big numbers, by the way. So the search engine is something which is doing some crawling, creating a database, and after, you get a request and you get an answer. And I want to insist on two elements here. You get probable answer based on the statistical model, and you get reference link to what the engine proposed to you. Keep that in mind. So the cardinality, as I said, is about 1 to 1 billion, something like that. So now, if we are looking the progress around 2K4, and with the progress of Google, they create the PageRank algorithm based on what the users thinking about what is the best answer to the question or the link or the number of people who choose some solution. They reindex the already indexed data. So exactly like Alta Vista, it will give you 1 million answer on one single question. Probably the same that Alta Vista would do, but they put you on top list the 3 most accurate one, and the research became useful. Now we are in GPT era. So the new latest generation of, I would say, search engine or multi-service portal engine. What does it do? we use the generative intelligence for those things. The first one, have a better understanding of what the customer is looking for. He's speaking or understanding directly hundreds of different natural language. So he's doing a lot of things. And he will some pre-trained model regarding the conversation you get to be able to generate from what is in this technology, not a probable question, but a credible answer. There's two words because there's two meanings behind. So keep in mind that this gives you a credible answer. This is the end of permalink. You know what permalink is? Permanent link. So you get the context, and you have no fucking idea where the data is coming. You just know that the form is credible. Exactly like a liar like me can prove to you something which is credible. This guy has been my boss during a while. It was Bill Joy. In 1992, he invents the concept of Internet things, saying that what should be Internet? What it is not some couple of billion of points, but billion of points. And each point is a numeric identity with a life expectancy from a fraction of a second to years or infinity. Right now, remember the name server with the name on Internet. You can't have less than 1 year of life of a name. And sometimes the resilience could spend years and years. So we can talk about something which is accurate for something which is so less volatile. So imagine the question about sensor network with a lot of sensor. So what we are doing today is we extract data from the reality. We put somewhere in a data lake. We put a lot of data center, big data manipulation, clarified data. We put some AI, we do some learning. And finally, we do some prediction or some decision based on the inference of data. And we push the decision. Behind, we can say already, this is a unique cast. From the reality to here. This is extremely noisy. For example, the sensor of these doors, since the beginning of a speech, probably throw 1 million messages, the door is open, the door is open, the door is open. And frankly, it opens. So the data you get here is by definition delayed. Because you need the time to find the data lake, upload the data, filter the data. So if you have a decision, you have this kind of latency behind. So that reduces very drastically the number of cases you can use efficiently that. So the idea is to do a distributed sensor network. With distributed AI, we put AI in a very closed loop. Locally, we take decision. And all this closed loop will send back not event, but business event, something which had been refined. And here you have the strategic thinker who can take some high-level decision. You see this decoupling. I've got a very good example about distributed versus AI. The human body. So human body, you see there's a brain with a lot of different networks with the spinal, main nerve trunk, and after all the very thinnest nerve. So the throughput in a nervous networks is depending on the diameters. So close to the brain here, we are about 100 meters a second. And at the end, much, much, much less. But the full cycle is perception, transmission, thinking, decision, going that is never more than 2 meters a second. That means that in general, a thinking decision is nothing less than 500 milliseconds. It's not possible. So come back to recent activities. You see that he's a golfer. And he's doing what we call the backswing, the beginning. I know I have to play. I know I have to go there. Everything is cool. I have plenty of time to think about how to do that. But the problem is starting now. The moment when I decide to go and hit the ball is extremely short, less than 100 seconds. So that means that during this period, there's absolutely no pilot in the plane. It's your body who's playing, and you are a spectator about yourself. That's interesting because what does it work? How does it work? During hours and hours of practice, you did a machine learning and create some model of sensation. During the backswing, what we did is you asked your brain to fetch in its database of sensation all the different feeling you should perceive if you're doing the right movement for the right position in this right situation. And after you play, it's too late. Boom. That is the way that the body is able to do things extremely complex. Not everybody. Me, I still have some problems. But very quickly. So it's why I order a new cars with a new lot of things which is electronic to anticipate the brakes, things like that, because I'm too old to be efficient in this way, this reactivity. Remember the sensor network, the problem of latency. Imagine that the radar of your cars detects the problem and send a message to the manufacturer, what I can do in this situation, come back. No, you are in the wall. So the closed loop and the distributed intelligence is natural in the body, but it will be the solution. The solution for two things. The solution to tackle this extremely low latency system, and also how to tackle the fact that the data is here, is not there. So the reality is the fresh data, and if you want to have a real-time reaction, the reaction has to be here, not over there. And you will be able to tackle the billion of complexity. So I think that we need to have something which is more about where's the data? Because in fact, when somebody wants to have a strategic decision, he wants to have the data. He don't have the data. The data is on the field. And the second point is, I want something like that. We are talking about intent network. I would like that my ball go to the hole. I have no fucking idea how to do it, but I want to go there. So we have some example already about what could be an intent network. We receive in China, in Hangzhou, the latest Asiatic game. So it's like a Olympic game, but for Asiatic countries. So a million of people, very concentrated in some venue, big stadium, thing like that. So a lot of service was online for many services. And the problem was how to ensure the best experience, how to anticipate the fact that people buy thousands of people moving from one to another one, that the match is starting, the match is ending, whatever. So we did that. It was impossible humanly to control, to supervise the network, to be sure that millions of things will be working correctly. And the distance of this remote control is over, so I have to go back. Okay, so we create things through a digital twin. In fact, between the control and the intention to do the best for users, and the reality of the network, we have a digital twins who modelize in 3D all the part of all the stadium and the venue, and also in the time. So the system was turning about from a reality what could be the reality in 5 seconds, in 5 minutes, to avoid any problem in 10 minutes, continuously. So, we use an intermediate state which is fully based on AI to have, a kind of leverage to be able to control some complex situation with a very high degree of flexibility and agility. So AI here is absolutely necessary to control those things. So I continue the course. So after the broadcast, multicast, we enter in the multicast. So the multicast is far away my favorite. So the idea is I want to speak like a broadcast, but not only to everybody. Right now, I'm just talking to smart people. And the question would be, we use those kind of subscription, or, it's kind of asynchronous, because you want to say something and people declare they want to listen to you. It's why I mentioned only smart people listen to me. So, but the question, I have no idea about who's going to answer me. When someone will answer me. How many? Answer me. It's quite vague. But the idea here is I can tackle incredible complexity. So we know everyone the concept of FOF, so the friend of a friend. So frankly, I'm nobody in South Africa, but if I need a dentist or a plumber, I know a lot of friends here who can inform me because they know a good dentist in their relatives. This is the friend of a friend. So that's the basic system of all the social networks. And you know, the social networks also provide you some idea about, do you need a dentist? Because I know somebody close to you, close in this room, who know a very good dentist. All these mechanics is generated by no event, is anticipated by AI. And that's, if you consider, for example, the meta stuff, you know, this is the most biggest telco core networks with 3 billion subscribers. And the system massively creates all the communication by itself. So Tim Berners-Lee, once again, anticipated this idea with the GGG, the global giant graph, to say, oh, maybe my topology of internet is not linear. There's some group of people, people who have some special reality. And that's the idea about the Web 3.0. How to decentralize data, to avoid, to store data, to save the privacy, and how to do it distributedly and securely with the blockchain, and of course, with the AI to help you to guide the system. So this is Web 3.0. So I just want to give you another proposal, which could be a network-centric approach. We at ZTE, we are working for the next generation, 6G and 7, and for about that. So the idea to say, okay, if I look at very traditional stuff, you have some tremendous equipment now to connect your house to fiber, or fiber to the room, or whatever, with Wi-Fi 7. So in fact, you are here, and you are managing your own networks with tremendous performance. You are in your private network around the public. And your home could be populated with smart TV, video surveillance, I don't know, smart toasters, smart coffee machine, smart dogs. I try to connect my Wi-Fi as well, but she's still reluctant. So anyway, my smart home. So now imagine that in the actual landscape. The actual landscape is the fact that we have here the promise of the 5G, a super end-to-end networks with quality of service which is guaranteed, working in the core network services. But it's end-to-end contract. It's not a place, it's not an environment like could be my home. It's a point-to-point. Can we mix the both? To say, for example, my smart home, can I extend it, for example, to my home and my connected car in the same network? Completely seamless. I can bring my own application, I can be wherever, as easy as I'm doing in my home. But why not stopping here? I've got some account in some public cloud or maybe some social network. Why not to extend my network to there? My data is protected because it's inside my network. My network is fully end-to-end connected and encrypted. And I'm coming here, so I search by my room as well. And I'm working a lot of electronic stuff, so all my wearable is inside, even if it's not in my couch room. So the idea is behind, it's the evolution of the core network, which is now passing from big machine. Right now, our latest core network is big like a laptop, but in 6G, we have also the miniaturize to the chipset level. So really the idea is to create something, a new concept, which would be the personal virtual private network. And the idea that everyone have, with his family, his own networks. And we don't exchange anymore phone numbers, but slice ID. Each one have a slice ID. So now, to conclude this overview, I will come back once again to the basics, so everyone recognize guys who create a lot of principle of our industry, which is Claude Shannon. And these guys did a very important thing in the theory of information, the difference between information and culture. So information is fact, figures, data. You use it to inform, indicate, and make decisions that you will be yourself responsible. Culture, you know, it's a lot of things. Belief, story, invention, society, social relation. It's very good because I like novel, even if it's science fiction. It's absolutely not true, but that's culture. Here, you can use broadcast. Here, you mandatorily have to use unicast. So broadcast, there's no constraints. We don't care. Unicast. So, once again, for those who I know, I was there last year. And there's a tremendous change in my life since last year. I'm grandfather for the first time. Normally, you should applaud. So I'm very, very concerned about the health of my new grandson. So I'm actually pushing the wall of my house to have more rooms, things like that. So I have to repaint stuff. But for sure, I don't want to intoxicate my new children. So of course, I can go to the vendor to say, oh, does this painting or this glue feel free of I don't know, some vapors or some toxic product? For sure, the guy said, even if it's very, very honest, yes, you can take it. But at the end, I'm responsible, not him. So that means that I need the unicast to find the information. Does this product is toxic? First difficulties. The second point is, even if I did a lot of study in physics and chemics, frankly, my last course in organic chemics is about 40 years ago. Do I am still able to understand the formula of this fucking pen thing to know if there's some things that go wrong for my syndrome? Second problem. So here, I'm sure that is the true information, but I'm not sure to be able to understand it. And at the end, I'm the responsible guys. So, you know, for sure we can imagine that AI will help you here. AI will be here. But once again, I just move the problem on one side because I'm still sure that AI is trustworthy. So that's very important because once again, you know, we saw the next communication will be massive, global, local, different topology. That will be so complex that it will be asynchronous, even quantic. And the extreme complexity, and we are always thinking that AI will be the way to be able to handle it. But the challenge is, come on. Oops, sorry. I hit the wrong button. Yeah, how to trust, how to stay sustainable, how to keep the control, and for which objective? So, you know, as I said, I'm working for ZTE, Chinese company, since 14 years. So, for sure, I'm not Chinese. But I'm probably one of the most Chinese, non-Chinese employees of ZTE. I invest a lot in Taoism. And I know that in any things, there's some good and bad things. And the problem is not to ban things. It's just to be sure that I'm able to balance things. And here is a message for a young generation. So all the guys, the young people, don't be afraid about technology. Don't follow some stupid people who said that, don't do that, don't do that, the best thing is to come back to carbon age. No. The only question is, if you have a level of technology, you have to be wise enough to control it. So go listen to your professor, be wise enough, and let the technology grow with your degree of wisdom. That's absolutely key. And remember the sentence of Isaac Asimov. I already mentioned you last year. When a human society sees this technological process progress, getting up more fast than its own capacity to acquire wisdom, the worst is to come. Okay. So I've been too long, but I'm late. Just one other thing. So don't misinterpret. I'm not going to play Steve Jobs with the new ZTE iPhone announcement. But just to remember for people who were there last year. Last year we were some couple of weeks before the latest Ruby World Cup. During this presentation, I've been many times about question, do we think that France will be world champion, blah, 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 and what about the Springbok, blah, blah, blah. So I explained the real rules of the rugby and why we have the best chance to win. It seems that we lost. But, you know this guy. Please, the worst honest Kiwis, and probably the most South African Kiwis, by the way. But you will see, we lost, we are French, and you're right, and we always contradictory. But have some evidence. Frankly, here, our fullback doesn't move. Justin Corbin already ran 2 meters. This Ben O'Keefe refused to see the video. I remember, you win for 1 point. This is a 2-point kick. No others. So anyway, I also mentioned what I explained last year to Aki Apanasius, who was the host manager at this moment. He said that the rugby game is a game for 4 players. The 2 teams, the public, and the referee. And my assumption was to say, our French team, the French public for sure, and the referee should be for us. You don't imagine how much tax I paid for this fucking event. And finally, it was not the case. But, end of the story, we finally won the gold medal of rugby for the Olympic Games. So, everything is fine. Thank you for listening to me, and have the best.
Engage in the sports conversation and the sports battle. It's already hard enough for me to keep up with all the technology. All right, Emmanuel, thank you so much. What an apt way to close the session for today. Thank you so much. Let's give him a round of applause. And I perhaps also want to thank every speaker today. I mean, we have really been spoiled for choice in terms of the information that we were consuming today. It's a lot to take in under the hot climate, but I think what our speakers really managed to do is really stick to that big and all-important question about where we are taking the future. So in other words, how do we shape the future across all sectors in the AI-driven, hyper-connected future? And my question really is, after listening to all of that, and having to listen to the context around where we are and how AI has really revolutionized most of our industries and sectors, what are we waiting for? What are we waiting for? I feel like, yes, let's go up and go, because, guys, the future really is us. It's really now. And I think it was important for Emmanuel to reference, of course, that on the other side of fear is innovation. So once we get, to answer all of those important questions that perhaps are clouding us more than the innovation, we'll probably make headway as a country and as a continent. But let me not keep you too long. I just want to give you a couple of announcements. So there is a dinner that is going to be held for the sponsors this evening. We will communicate that during the course of the day, and I do believe that some invitations had already been sent out. We also want to invite you to please engage with our students. There are, of course, a number of things that you can still, see in the exhibition center, sponsors industry exhibition, the research poster presentations. I mean, if you actually read through some of the thinking behind these posters, really some good stuff. The Center of Excellence, a research-driven innovation showcase, of course, as a SATNAC Industry Solutions Challenge showcase. So all of that is going to be happening up until 7 o'clock. I think our students will still be remaining here in the center, and we'll be able to give you a little bit of insight in terms of the work that they have done and all the effort that they have also put in terms of those. And of course, tomorrow we start 9 a.m. sharp on the dot. There's some very interesting conversations that will still be happening tomorrow. And I just probably want to also flag that we will be having a panel discussion. The panel discussion will be titled Redefining Telecommunications, Telcos of the Future. Moderator there will be our very own Mr. Silo Magau, Group Chief Digital Officer of Telkom South Africa. So that is obviously going to be very engaging, but there are a couple of other speakers too that will be, engaging us tomorrow. So tomorrow, in a cooler room, I am sure we will continue to engage, we'll continue to immerse ourselves in the process. Thank you so much. You have been absolutely great. And I do believe that tea or refreshments are served where you had your lunch, so you can have fun and do that too. Thank you so much, everybody.